Douluo. Starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. Intelligence from the Northern Continent. Compared to the ruthless Amon, Imolan cares more about his family, which is why Yan chose to release his consciousness. If it were Amon, knowing that Yan wanted to know information about the barbarians, he would probably only want to exchange it for his own life and freedom. Even threatening him with the Mo family would not be of much use. Imolan organized his words a little and said slowly, unlike the Northwest, the Northern Continent is mainly grassland, and there are endless grasslands everywhere. The barbarians are the overlords of the Northern Continent. The entire barbarians can be divided into 10 origin families. All the remaining small and medium-sized families are branches of these 10 families. Among these 10 major families, they are divided into the upper 4 families and the lower 6 families. There is no strong or weak distinction between the 10 major families in terms of blood, but their strength is different. Mo is also the surname of one of the 10 major families in the grassland. We, the Mo family, are distant relatives who split off from it and are separated by unknown distances. In large barbarian families, an adult ceremony will be held at the age of 20, and only warriors who have reached the fighting master level can participate. The most important thing in the coming of age ceremony is to become one with your fellow monsters. For every barbarian child, his parents will prepare a newborn Warcraft cub for him when he begins to practice Daoki. In the more than 10 years from the time he started practicing to the coming of age ceremony, he would eat, sleep, practice, and grow with his Warcraft companions, cultivating enough affection and tacit understanding until he becomes one with them during the coming of age ceremony. The secret method is adapted to the barbarian bloodline, and only a strong enough bloodline can bring it into play. The potential of oneself after fusion is related to one's own original bloodline power and the bloodline level of the fused monster. The stronger the bloodline power of Warcraft, the more difficult it is to fuse, and the higher the failure rate, but correspondingly, the greater the benefits after fusion. Yan raised his right hand, gently stroked his monocle, and asked, "What about the monsters? What will happen to the fused monsters? How to deal with their consciousness?" Mo Lang replied fluently, "Their consciousness will also be integrated into the souls of the barbarians and become a part of them. Actually, the secret method does not have to be used at the age of 20. Some people do not have a suitable magical beast for a while, so they will choose to practice by themselves. When they reach a certain bottleneck, they will look for the magical beast, kill it, and use the fusion time to the power to break through bottlenecks. In other words, the target of fusion does not have to be a living monster, a corpse, or even a part of a corpse." Yan said inferences. Yes, fusing corpses or partial limbs is the choice of most barbarians. Only a few talented disciples from big families can survive smoothly. Imolan nodded. He continued, "Our family's magical beast limb turning method is adapted from a small fragment of the mohist secret method of the 10 major families in the Northern Continent. A small branch like ours, where the bloodline has almost disappeared. Even the simplest fusion of partial limbs has a high probability of failure. Of course, I'm talking about the situation in the Northern Continent when our family first moved to the Jama Empire hundreds of years ago. What I tell you are also the original records of the family. The situation may be very different now. After all, hundreds of years have passed. If there are any mistakes, please forgive me. I don't expect you to give me too specific or practical information. I just have a general understanding." Yan smiled and said, "Thank you for the information you provided. Let's end it here. I will return to Yunlin Mountain." Mo Lan's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that the other party would let him go so easily. I said it before, I never lie. Since I promised to let your family go, I won't do it again. But you should know what should be said and what shouldn't be said, right?" Yan said at the corner of his mouth. He raised it slightly, revealing a smile. This smile made Imolan shiver, and he quickly smiled and said, "Of course, sir." Yan suddenly asked, "Why did we have a conflict today?" "Because, my lord, you discovered that our Mo family deceived the superiors and misappropriated the interests that should belong to the Yunlin sect." Emolan seemed to have a plan in mind and spoke smoothly without any hesitation. "Then, why did we reconcile again?" "Because, sir, you saw that we had a good attitude in admitting our mistakes, so you only killed the culprits. After killing the Great Elder, you gave us a chance to redeem ourselves and make meritorious deeds." "I'm not dead," Amon said using Mo Cheng's body. "Remember, it's not a killing, it's just a serious injury that needs to be recuperated." Mo Lang responded immediately, "Yes, yes, sir, you can do whatever you say." Yan Meng left the Mo family's secret room. He was quite satisfied with the harvest of this trip. Although the Mo family's secret method was extremely crude and almost useless, the information he got about the barbarians made him feel quite important. According to Mo Lan's description, the barbarian's secret method of fusing warcraft is similar to his own parasitism. However, after his own parasitism, both the spirit insect and the host will be enabled to continue to improve through normal cultivation methods. However, the secret method of the northern barbarians can completely fuse the two, and the potential after the fusion will be higher than any before individual. I don't know what the specific similarities and differences are. If possible, maybe I can use it in combination with parasitism to make my cultivation speed faster. Haha, interesting. Yan Meng took off the crystal monocle, wiped it with silk, and put it back on his right eye. "Sir, are we going back to the sect now?" Looking at Mo Cheng and Mo Lan who followed behind Yan Meng like guards, Yan Leng wisely did not ask the reason. "Well, I have what I want, so there is no need to stay," Yan Meng said lightly. They returned to the wooden house on the back of the purple-winged bird. Yan Leng wiped the ring on his right hand with his left hand and took out a white bone whistle. Immobilized a trace of fighting spirit and blew the whistle at a strange frequency. After hearing it, the purple-winged bird tilted its head to think for a while, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Yan Cheng gradually became smaller and smaller in the field of vision, and was soon covered by clouds. Although Amon was very curious about the secrets of the barbarians, he really couldn't spare the strength to send them to the northern continent. Amon from Yunshan, Yunlin sect, Wutan city, the eastern part of the Magic Beast mountain range, and some Amons who went to the Blackhorn region, Izumo Empire, and Cheyenne Mansion. Many Amons even squeezed out the quota for auxiliary cultivation around the main body. The main body is still a little weak. The overall quantity is relatively large. Wait a little longer. Everything still needs to be patiently waited. Yan Meng stood in front of the window, staring at the sky in the distance, his eyes deep. Chapter 352 Liuz. Ever since Yao Chen told Xiao Yan about the abnormality in his body at the last coming of age ceremony, Xiao Yan has been extremely vigilant and wary of the monocle. In his inherent impression, many people in the Gali family dress in this style. The relationship between the Gali family and the Xiao family was not very good. Both families were in business and were competitors. In addition, Galia had evil intentions towards Zuna, so Xiao Yan almost formed a stereotype in his mind that the monocle means that the Gol family is not a good person. TSK, little Yanzi, you don't need to take the weird creatures that master told you so seriously. Yao Chen saw that Xiao Yan was always suspicious, so he couldn't help but persuade him. Could it be that you, teacher, are tricking me? That's not true. Didn't I tell you before? Even if we find those things, we can't solve them. What's more, even finding them is a problem. Xiao Yan nodded. He deliberately observed the tribesmen who liked to wear monocles, but there was nothing abnormal. He sighed. "Oh, I hope my worries are unfounded, master." Xiao Yan, a beautiful figure wearing a black dress, jumped closer from a distance. "Xiao Meng, what happened today? You are so happy." Xiao Yan smiled. "I heard that Canon College's admissions team is coming. Master, let's sign up together then." Xiao Meng's eyes were as crescent shaped. "No, just sign up. I have a teacher." Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. "You also have to sign up." Yao Chen's voice sounded in his heart. "There is a strange fire in Canon College, which is the Fallen Heart Flame ranked 14th on the list of strange fires. You want to upgrade your burning technique, then you can't let go of any opportunity to obtain the strange fire. Ah, teacher, shall we go to Canon College next? Xiao Yan asked. No, you probably won't be able to get that fallen heart flame now. How can it be easy for Canon Academy to establish itself in that kind of place? But you can sign up first and make plans for the future. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan said to the slightly disappointed Xiao Meng, I have changed my mind. Let's go together then. It would be good to get in touch with more peers. Okay, master. Xiao Yan, are you free? Let's go shopping. Xiao Meng's eyes showed a bit of anticipation seeing her like this. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. Okay, speaking of which, I haven't gone for a walk with you, Xiao Meng, for a long time. The two walked out of the gate, crossed the street, and came to the Xiao family's market point. Different from the hustle and bustle of the past, Xiao Jiafang City is now in a depression. There are not many mercenaries in the deserted place, and some shops have even closed their doors. What happened? Xiao Yan called Leifang City Law Enforcement Captain Pain. Pain replied, it's the bastards of the Galley family. It is said that they invited a first-grade alchemist to come and refine a healing medicine. Many customers were attracted by the healing medicine and went to their market. Xiao Yan frowned, realizing that something was not good. The situation of the Xiao family was a bit bad. The income from the market accounted for a large proportion of the Xiao family's income. If the market continued to be depressed, the Xiao family would also collapse. Ask the guard if he has any of the healing medicine sold by the Galley family. I'll go back and look for a similar formula with better effects. Yayo. Chen's voice relieved Xiao Yan's worries. Yes, my teacher is a master who can refine 4th grade elixirs like key gathering powder. What does a small 1st grade alchemist mean? After Xiao Yan inquired, he saw several guards, including Pain, taking out a bottle of rejuvenation powder sold by the Galley family from their pockets as guards. Although they are not injured as frequently as the mercenaries who make a living in the Warcraft Mountains, they still need to use force from time to time, so they also need to prepare some healing medicine. When Xiao Yan saw this, his mouth twitched slightly, and he understood a little more about the bad situation faced by the Xiao family. Even his own guards ran to the opposite side to buy medicine, let alone other people. Seeing Xiao Yan's eyes looking a little weird, Pain also thought of this and smiled awkwardly. This is because I was curious, so I went to Jiafang City to buy it. Really, I was just curious. Xiao Yan waved his hand and did not pursue further at this moment. A slightly dissolute voice sounded, hey, two beauties, where are you going? Asshole, get out of here. Xiao Yan recognized the owner of the last voice as Xiao Yu. He thought that they were all members of the Xiao family and could not be bullied by outsiders, so he decided to step forward to help. Galio followed closely with a somewhat complimentary and flattering voice. Mr. Liuzi, these two are both members of the Xiao family. The hot one is Xiao Yu, and the more youthful one is named Xiao Zun. Sun, hearing Zuna's name, Xiao Yan's steps became a little faster. In a restaurant not too far away, a dark old man shrouded in shadow looked at Liuzi, who smiled lustfully at Xiao Zuna with hawk-like eyes, his eyes filled with murderous intent. How dare you put your thoughts on the young lady? I really don't know how the word death is written. Zuna. Xiao Yan walked over quickly. Pain and other guards followed closely behind. Hey, isn't this young Master Xiao Yan? You seem to have passed the adult ceremony. Gallia looked at Xiao Yan with evil intentions. He had a conflict with Xiao Yan before and wanted to fight with Xiao Yan, whose talent had not yet recovered, but was rejected by the latter on the grounds that he was underage. But now that Xiao Yan has passed the coming of age ceremony, Gallia's mind has become active again, thinking about when to teach him a lesson. However, when he saw Xiao Meng on the side, his face changed slightly, and he tugged at Liuzi's clothes. Mr. Liuzi, it's almost time for us to leave. After all, this is the market of the Xiao family. We will suffer a lot if there is a conflict. I don't believe they dare to attack me. Liuzi slowly put the badge that marked his 1st grade alchemist on his chest. He looked at Xiao Meng, his eyes shining. This girl is not bad. Bring her to me. Gallia. did not follow Liuzi's intention, but moved back step by step. Stop, where are you going? Do you know the rules? Xiao Meng stopped Gallia, making him look stiff. Then, in the surprised eyes of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu, he untied the purse around his waist and put it on the ground. His face was depressed and helpless. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Meng with a strange expression. Pain coughed, cleared his throat, and explained. Galio had tried to hit on Miss Xiao Meng before, but was beaten up several times in return, so every time he saw Miss Xiao Meng, he took a detour. After a pause, he added, well, you have to put down your wallet, otherwise you will be beaten again. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Meng with an even stranger look and asked, is she good at fighting? Very. But, even if Galio brought 7 or 8 people, he couldn't beat her. Liu Z hadn't realized the situation yet, and was beaten up by Xiao Yan, Xiao Meng, and Xiao Yu. Galio gritted his teeth and wanted to rescue her, but was surrounded by Pain and others while being beaten. He shouted, you dare to hit me, I will make your Xiao family pay the price. The 3 stopped their movements and then hit harder. 5 minutes later, Galio dragged Liuzi away like a dead dog. Watching their figures going away, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly and murderous intent surged in his dark eyes. That night, in the hall of the GL family, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes and a monocle on his right eye sat casually on a chair, his legs crossed, his left leg on his right leg. What? Are you saying that you went to the Xiao family's market with Liuzi today and were beaten? Yes, Dad, you have to make the decision for me. That Xiao Meng is really too much. He has robbed my wallet 4 times. Jialia looked angry. Did Liuzi flirt with Xiao Zuna? Yes, I know. Jialia nodded slightly, but are you stupid? You've been robbed so many times, and you still go to Xiao's market. It's all Mr. Liuzi. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen and insisted on going. He said he wanted to see the miserable state of Xiao's market with his own eyes. The night deepened and the GL family became silent. A black shadow quietly sneaked into the GL family's residence. Liuzi was holding a maid and venting his desire. Zuna, Xiao Meng, Zuna Xiao Meng. I must get you. Just wait. You made me so embarrassed, then I'll see how I deal with you. After a shiver, Liuzi entered the sage mode. He waved his hand and asked the maid to leave. He decided to work harder and practice more rejuvenation powder to tighten the neck of the Xiao family. A beautiful figure quietly appeared in Liuzi's room. It was Zuna, whom he had been thinking about. Liuzi's expression froze. He turned around and rubbed his eyes. With this action, he threw the turtle breath pill into his mouth without leaving a trace. He muttered, I must be dreaming. Zuna smiled and said, it's not a dream. Zuna came to see you. Are you happy? A golden stream of light pierced Liuzi's abdomen. The temperature in the room rose slightly and then dropped again. Xiao Yan, who was hiding in the dark, witnessed the whole process. Zuna's mystery in his heart was further increased. Just when he wanted to deal with Liuzi, who pretended to be dead, Yao Chen stopped him. Wait, it's not over yet. A young girl in a black dress came in hopping. She came in openly from the front door of the Jiali family. She even met more than one patrol team on the way, but the people of the Jiali family seemed to not see her and did not stop her. She came to the fake dead Liuzi and impeded. The effect of the drug wore off and Liuzi woke up from the fake death. Damn it, it's a good thing I stole a turtle pill from the old man, otherwise I would have been in trouble this time. Then, Xiao Meng's smiling face came into his eyes and Liuzi suddenly froze. His mouth twitched. Some tears were about to cry. Ah, you surprised? Xiao Meng came to see you in the middle of the night. She took a hatchet and chopped him 18 times before swaggering out of the Jiali family's door. Teacher, how did she do it? Why can't the guards of the Jiali family see her? Xiao Yan asked Yao Chen with some doubt. I don't know, maybe it's some strange soul secret method. Yao Lao was also very confused. When Xiao Meng met the patrol team of the Jiali family just now, he didn't feel a soul fluctuation. What is Xiao Meng's identity? I don't know. I have some guesses about the origin of your girlfriend. I really have no clue at all. Yeo Chen said leisurely. Yeo Chen did not feel the soul fluctuations, which was natural, because Xiao Meng did not use any skills at all. She just walked straight over. It was just that Amon from the other patrol team pretended not to see it. Chapter 353 Changes. Northwest of the Monster Mountain Range, near the Yunlin sect point, a young man in a moon-white robe sat on a 4th level rock-breaking rhino and slowly headed deeper into the forest. He stretched without any image and lay down directly. The broad back of the rock-breaking rhino was like a small bed, and there was no need to worry about falling off. After the Wu Guardians' wanton hunting, there were no 6th level monsters in this area, and 3 5th level monsters divided this place. They were hostile to each other but united. Once other 6th level monsters wanted to occupy this place, they would be resisted by them. But that was only on the surface. The actual situation was that this area was Amon's hunting ground, and the 3 5th level monsters were just his puppets. In addition to the 3 5th level monsters, there were also many 4th level and 3rd level monsters that were also controlled by them. All the creatures in this area were just food for Amon. The 4th level rock-breaking rhinoceros was also parasitized and controlled by the spirit worm. With such a bodyguard, Yan Meng did not have to worry about his safety at all. After traveling for most of the day, the rock-breaking rhinoceros stopped at the entrance of a hidden cave. The black airflow filled the cave, forming a huge vortex, and the pressure of the 5th level magic beast was overflowing without concealment. Yan Meng walked into it, passed through a long passage, and came to an open place. In the center, a huge worm vortex was suspended in the air, and countless insects with 12 rings and star-like colors gathered together, either intertwined or swam around. The insects that made up the worm vortex were arranged in a clear ladder-like manner according to their strength level. Most of the insects on the outermost edge were only at the Dao Key stage, and they could not even be called real magic beasts. Further in, there were 1st level, 2nd level, and 3rd level ones, and then 5 4th level spirit worms. In the center of the worm vortex was Amon's body, a 5th level spirit worm. After being refined layer by layer, the energy of heaven and earth gathered to the main body. However, since he was a demon beast and had no skills, even though the clone saved a lot of time for gathering energy and purifying and refining, the final absorption and conversion efficiency was very low, so the speed of cultivation was still not very fast. Are there any new discoveries? Amon's main body said softly. In addition to setting the initial development plan, he spent most of his time on cultivation, because his own strength was the root of everything. Although he also knew that, if he had no contact with the clone for too long, the clone's personality would continue to shift, and some plans would be completely changed by the clone with a shifted personality, but there was nothing he could do about it. The problem was not big, because the plan had only one major strategic direction, and deviations could be adjusted at any time. If it was too far away, he would overturn it and start over. I went to the Mo family and found something very interesting. Yan Meng threw a jade slip over, which contained all the information he had obtained from the Mo family. After taking the jade slip, Amon probed his mental power, and a large amount of information poured into his mind. Yancheng, Mohist School, the Northern Continent, the Barbarians, the secret art of fusion with Warcraft. Haha, it's really interesting. Unfortunately, it can only be postponed. At present, we can only roughly control the situation in the Gamma Empire. The worm vortex began to change. After a twist and wriggle, the worms formed a rough human shape. The movements of the worms slowed down, and the humanoid worm group also became more concrete and clear from the original abstraction, and finally formed a thin young man wearing a pointed soft hat, a black classical robe, and a monocle on his right eye. Amon pinched his right hand, and the skin began to roll. The worms below could be vaguely seen from the cracks soon. The rolling skin calmed down, and his right hand returned to white and smooth again. This is not a transformation. Amon is still a group of worms, but this large group of worms has turned the overall appearance into human characteristics. Let Yan Jin tell the Pill King Guhi that Queen Medusa has a strange fire in her hand. If he is interested, he can prepare a transformation pill. Let Yan Jin accompany him to trade. Well, the strange fire cannot be given to Guhi, and the transformation pill must be obtained. So kill Guhi, and his soul can be used to trade with the Guardian of the Soul Palace. The soul of a 6th grade alchemist is not worse than that of an ordinary Daozang. Amon adjusted the position of his monocle with a smile in his eyes. Kill. Guhi. The value of a living alchemist is greater than that of a dead one. The value of a living alchemist also takes time to realize, and what I lack is time. Guhi's long-term value will not be higher than a transformation pill. TSK. I will convey it. Yan Meng stroked his monocle. Anything else you want to tell me? Amon thought for a while, then said, I'm going to end my retreat. It's not a good idea to continue to practice blindly. The efficiency is still too low. I won't be able to catch up with the final decisive battle. I already have the initial strength. Next, I will put more energy into obtaining opportunities. After a pause, he continued, you will continue to worry about Yunlin sect. How far has Wutan City developed now? Don't worry, it's not time to talk about marriage yet. Yan Meng answered smoothly. Amon. After a moment of silence, he said with a TSK, I'm talking about Xiao Yan's situation. Where is the plot now? Your focus is a bit off. Oh, this, I thought you were asking about Xiao Meng. Now Wu Meng and I are waiting to see her have fun. Yan Meng showed a slightly bad smile on his face. He raised his right hand and pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively. I'm also curious about what direction Amon's love will eventually go. The main body. Amon raised the corners of his mouth and outlined a smile. It is best not to try it easily. If you can ensure that you complete your mission, it is okay to try it. I will bless you. Of course, I can't guarantee what the final result will be. I can only say that I hope it will not be a tragedy. Yan Meng's smile slightly restrained. I will take this as your blessing. For us, freedom has always been an illusion. If Xiao Meng really controls his own destiny, I hope next time I can give me a chance. Amon stroked the monocle and smiled gently. Okay. The black airflow in the cave subsided and Amon's body was shining with stars. One after another, the light like stardust gathered from all directions and sank into his body. TSK. It seems that in different worlds, even my underlying logic is undergoing subtle changes. He stared at Yan Meng with a deep gaze. Chapter 354 Desert City. Although the changes are subtle, they do exist. Amon's clones have become more independent and autonomous. Some of them have even begun to think about breaking away from the main body and mastering true freedom. This is a dangerous signal, and it is proof that the main body's control over the clones has declined. This problem actually exists in Amon in the mysterious world. He can split out a clone of sequence 1, but that will cause instability, so he generally does not do so. In the Douluo world, Amon could not resist the rules when he was weak, and after he became strong, he used the power of fate to tightly connect all the clones in the main body together, so there has been basically no such situation. In the world of Dupo, the regularity of the world is not reflected much. So when the will of the clone and the main body is too different, the underlying logic, or the biggest goal, will appear so that Amon's convergence has declined, and he looks more like an independent individual. For the whole Amon, the will of all Amon, that is, the will of the main body, in addition to survival, the improvement of the level of self-life is always the first priority. His most original and essential goal, in simple terms, is to become stronger, but when it comes to a single Amon, they may not be so consistent. The original Amon will not do anything that is harmful to himself because of his bad taste or curiosity. The clone Amon is more funny. They will do things that may harm the overall situation because of their own interests and hobbies. They become more emotional, not so rational all the time, and become more like a human. Of course, even so, they still cannot break away from the original body. Because Amon is the only one, this is an iron law that cannot be violated since he was born into this world. Just as the Daoki continent cannot give birth to the second void devouring flame and pure lotus demon fire, the entire Daoki universe cannot give birth to the second Amon. Unless Amon and the Daoki universe agree to the appearance of the second Amon, this will never change. After a conversation with Yan Meng, even though he knew that the other party was a little bit off, Amon did not mean to correct it. After learning about Xiao Yan's recent situation in the main areas where Amon was distributed, he left the monster mountain range. Amon did not go to Wutan City. Zuna's guardian was still too threatening to him, and it was not suitable for him to go there. Shortly after Yun Meng left, a mental wave spread out from Amon to the surrounding area. The monsters suddenly stopped their original movements, and their bodies stiffened slightly. Then, the same wave spread to a farther distance with them as a center. In this way, through the continuous spread of relay, the mental wave was transmitted to all the monsters in this area that could receive and identify it. All the first and second level monsters began to gather towards the center, and finally stopped in front of Amon's cave. Stardust-like light emerged from the bodies of the monsters and converged towards Amon in the center. The starlight sank into his body and disappeared. After a short period of stagnation, the eyes of those monsters gradually became clear. They looked at the surrounding monsters with bewildered expressions. Among these monsters, some were hunters and prey, some were competitors, and some were mutually beneficial. They didn't know why they were here, nor did they realize that they had been parasitized. When Amon's spiritual will disappeared in their souls, chaos inevitably occurred. Some took a vigilant posture and slowly retreated to the edge of the herd. Some howled excitedly and began to hunt. Some ran away, hoping to escape the scene before the predator noticed. The chaos stopped only when a huge tiger roar sounded. This was a huge white tiger, full of murderous intent. This was one of the 3 overlords nearby, the 5th level monster Cloud Tiger. The herd was quiet at first, and then fled in all directions, because the Cloud Tiger made a driving threat, and staying would be a provocation to this 5th level overlord. Soon after, 2 more similar auras arrived, a black and white moon wolf with wise eyes, and a red-eyed corpse crow with a black body. Above their right eyes, there was a layer of different colored circles. Amon's combat power was very weak. His frontal combat power was at the bottom of the same level. His innate abilities were all strange means, which had little to do with frontal combat. He had to ask Yan Jin to come over before he could successfully control them. Therefore, he needed to bring these 3 guys with him to fight. Amon turned into a stream of light and sank into the body of the corpse crow. The size of the moon wolf and the Cloud Tiger also shrank rapidly, and they all jumped onto the back of the corpse crow. The huge crow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its wingspan was about 2 feet, which was still a big gap compared to many large monsters, but its smaller size gave it a higher speed. Driven by the fighting spirit, the corpse crow quickly rushed into the distance. Amon did not take all the spirit insects away. He left a few behind and let them move on their own as a surveillance of the area. In the vast desert, the slowly undulating sand dunes are like the spine of a giant dragon. The blazing sun in the sky exudes endless light and heat, and the air is filled with a hot breath. The wind is also hot, and waves of heat are blowing in his face. Even if he hides in the body of the corpse dance crow, he can feel the heat outside. A city with a layer of yellow sand on the city wall slowly appeared in the corpse dance crow's field of vision. That was Amon's first stop on this trip, a small city on the outskirts of the Taga Desert, Mochen. About 1,000 meters away from the city. In order to avoid causing unrest, the corpse dance crow slowly descended and stopped on the ground. A stream of light flew out of the corpse dance crow's body and turned into a worm vortex. The vortex changed rapidly and finally transformed into a thin young man wearing a black classical robe. When the spirit worms that made up the body were no longer restless and tended to stabilize, he used his thumb to touch the ring on the index finger of his right hand, and immediately a monocle appeared in his hand. He inserted the monocle into the eye socket of his right eye, slightly adjusted the position, and put it at the most comfortable angle for himself. He walked towards the city at a leisurely pace. The body of the corpse dance crow shrank rapidly, becoming the size of an ordinary crow. It flapped its wings and jumped onto Amon's left shoulder. Cloud Tiger and Moon Wolf followed him with short legs like kittens and puppies. Due to the terrain, the air in the Taga Desert is filled with earth and fire energy, and the rest of the energy accounts for a very low proportion. For those who practice fire and earth techniques, this is definitely a good place to practice. Amon didn't like this environment very much. He frowned slightly and lowered the brim of his hat. The wind was blowing, and fine sand and dust mixed into the wind. If you don't pay attention, the mouth and nose will be filled with sand. A layer of fighting spirit slowly dissipated, forming an invisible shield around Amon's body, blocking all the sand blown by the wind. Pop, pop. The active moon wolf took a mouthful of sand and made an uncomfortable whimper. The wind was still blowing, and the sand kept pouring in. The moon wolf stuck out his tongue, trying to clean the sand in his mouth and nose, but the more he cleaned, the more sand he cleared. It suddenly had an idea and stuck its head into the sand, so it wouldn't breathe the sand in the air. Yan, who took an elegant cat step, glanced at the wise companion, and shook his head. Amon walked farther and farther away, and Yilang finally found something wrong. It pulled its head out of the sand, looked at Amon, who was already dozens of meters away, and took small steps to catch up. Wow. What a cute puppy. A passing woman saw Yilang and picked it up by its two front legs. This was a young woman wearing a tight leather jacket, which only covered her chest and the lower part, revealing her slender waist. Her slender and tight thighs were also wrapped in tight shorts, revealing a large area of wheat-colored skin. This is the general dress of women in the Taiga Desert. You'd better not touch other people's pets casually. I've told you many times not to rush up when you see cute things. A male voice sounded behind her, but it's really cute. Yi took out a piece of gauze and carefully covered the mouth and nose of the moon wolf to block the blowing sand. Really? What's wrong with its owner? How can this puppy, which is not native to the desert, be so careless and leave it alone? She muttered with some dissatisfaction. The strong man with bare arms and wearing beige linen clothes behind him smiled helplessly. He stepped forward quickly and arched his hands to Amon. Sorry little brother, I'm Liu Yan, a member of the Sand Mercenary Group. This is my sister Liu Yi. She has been like this since she was a child and has no resistance to cute animals. Amon glanced at the moon wolf, who was enjoying Liu Yi's arms, and smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Are you locals in Mochung? No, the headquarters of the Sand Mercenary Group is in Shimo City, which is deeper in the desert. We stayed in Mochung because of a guard mission. Shimo City. Maybe I will entrust you with a mission at that time. Amon pinched his monocle and chuckled. Then, I will introduce our leader to you. Liu Yan's attitude became more enthusiastic. Amon's calmness and unique dress made him feel that this man was not simple. Several people walked together towards Mochung. Yilang glanced at Yan, who, with complacency and ridicule on his dog face. Yan, who ignored it, turned his head and followed Amon step by step. During this period, Liu Yi also thought about holding Yan, who in his arms, but the latter avoided it. Although she was a little disappointed, she did not force it. The journey was not long, and they soon arrived at the city gate. With the blockage of the city wall, the wind and sand were much smaller. Amon looked up at the two big characters Mochung on the plaque hanging above the city gate, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 355. Hey stupid. The guards at the city gate were wearing armor and holding swords, and they all had serious faces. Even on a hot day, they never took off their armor. Noticing Amon's expression, Liu Yan explained, recently, there have been some unusual movements among the snake people in the desert, and they have been particularly active, so nearby cities have increased their preparedness. Ah. The snake people active, yes, but it doesn't seem to be a war, but looking for something. Looking for something? Could it be Queen Medusa? Calculating the time, it was indeed almost the time when she was looking for the strange fire. Amon thought in his heart, stop, who is it? The guard at the city gate focused his attention on Yan, who beside Amon. He saw a bit of majesty occasionally revealed in the white kitten. The guard may not be very strong, but his vision is very vicious. He felt a bit of danger in that cute looking pet. It was definitely a warcraft. I'm just a traveler. I'm going to the city to rest for a while. Amon replied, take care of your pets. If they hurt people, our city guards will not hold back. Seeing that Amon seemed to have come from somewhere farther away, he might not know the situation in Mochung, so he reminded him again. Cities like Mochung located in the Tagore Desert are different from ordinary cities. The city's defense work is directly taken over by the local garrison. The city lord is also the top general of the local garrison, so if you dare to, if something goes wrong in the city, don't think you can run away. Amon showed a warm smile. I'm not the kind of person who makes trouble. I always abide by the law. After Amon paid the city entry fee, the city guard waved his hand and let him go. They were just doing a routine interrogation. As long as the other party was not a snake, they couldn't care about the rest. Entering the city, Liu Yan said to Amon, we still have things to do, so little brother, let's say goodbye. See you later. See you later. Amon nodded lightly. Liu reluctantly put the moon wolf down and told Amon, "You have to take good care of it. The environment in the Tagore Desert is no better than other places. Even some pets with Warcraft blood will not be able to survive. It's easy to get sick due to acclimatization. Ouch." Yu Lang also let out a non-malicious howl at Liu. Amon raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb, and clicked his tongue. These clones have been parasitic for a long time, and are easily affected by the host spirit. This is why his body rarely parasitizes others. This spiritual insect that has parasitized the moon wolf has almost grown into two. He looked up at the sun, looked around, and then asked passers-by about the map store. The passerby who was stopped by Amon was slightly impatient, but still pointed out the location of the store to him. "Thank you." Amon thanked him politely and walked towards what he said was the best map store in Mochen Point. After walking 2 streets and turning a corner at an intersection, a map shop called Guto appeared in his eyes without hesitation. He walked straight into this slightly quaint store. The shop is not very spacious, and the 2 moonstones emit bright light, dispelling the darkness in this small shop, which is not in a good location and is blocked by the surrounding buildings. The store was deserted, with no customers and no employees coming to greet me. Amon glanced around the store and saw a gray-haired, somewhat skinny old man behind the counter. He was holding a black drawing pen and drawing on a piece of paper. He seemed to be very involved in drawing. Since Haberdan, who is known as Dupo's best investor, ignored him, Amon didn't bother him either. Instead, he rummaged through the map in the store. He found a palm-sized map from a pile of old, worn and yellowed maps. He had found a similar map to this one in a cave in the eastern part of the Warcraft Mountains, so he recognized it at a glance. This was a fragment of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire map. Amon directly received the map into the ring point. Although Haberdan had been drawing, he also focused part of his attention on Amon, a guy who looked different from ordinary people at first glance. His face was slightly cold. It is not the behavior of a gentleman to take something without complaining. Amon smiled nonchalantly, "But this is the work of a thief. I consider myself a qualified thief, since he is a thief. If the owner discovers the theft, should he return the stolen items obediently?" The old and plain voice echoed in the store. "Old, sir, just pretend you didn't see it. When you find a thief at home, you have to evaluate the difference in force between you and the other party. Wouldn't it be bad if you lose and make the thief angry instead? HMPH, I have never seen such a shameless person like you. Are you very confident in your own strength?" Amon shook his head. "I'm not good at fighting, but isn't this a map store? What's the price of the residual map just now? I think I can give you a satisfactory reward. Do you recognize this ancient picture? Well, we know each other. Do you want to sell me?" Amon still had a warm smile on his face. "First, tell me the purpose of this residual picture." Amon did not hide anything and answered directly. "It records the location of a certain strange fire." Hey. Bodum narrowed his eyes slightly and then said, "If you don't want to sell it, you can leave. Little guy, don't try to take my map. I'm not short of money. Put the things back and get out of here. Don't have any crooked ideas. It won't do you any good." Amon didn't comment. "Don't you want to listen to my offer? Speak your life. The price I offer is very sincere, isn't it?" Hey. Bodum was so angry at his attitude that he laughed. "Ha ha ha. My life. I want to see what means you have to take my life." Although Haberdan was sealed by Queen Medusa and his strength fell to only Dowling, he still had the skills, fighting skills, and combat experience of a Dao Huang. Even if he met an ordinary Dao Wang, he would not be defeated in a short time. Dao Qi surged, and a chill spread around with Haberdan as the center. A layer of frost appeared on the ground and the counter. Ice. Emperor Haberdan, the icy attribute of his fighting spirit, remained unchanged, and Amon couldn't help but shudder. "Young man who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, let me discipline you on behalf of your elders." Amon quietly stepped back, clapped his hands, and applauded. "It's really worthy of being the former Rice Emperor Haberdan. Even if he can only exert the strength of a fighting spirit, he still has such power. However, that's all. If you were in your prime, I would turn around and leave now." Hey. Bodum's pupils shrank. "Do you know my identity?" He felt something was wrong. If it was an arrogant young man, it would be fine, but if the other party dared to provoke him like this, when he knew his identity, then he must have something to rely on. As his thoughts fluctuated, he had already retreated. Ice gun. The icy fighting spirit gushed out, turning into ice guns, shooting towards Amon. However, he himself also retreated rapidly. He was cautious and prepared to escape at the beginning of the battle point. If Amon responded to this move calmly and easily, then he would turn around and run without saying anything. If the opponent was struggling to deal with it, then he would fight again. Amon did not make any moves. If he really used his original form, he might not be able to beat Haeboden now. Raw. Yunhu revealed his true form and turned into a huge tiger that was 5 or 6 feet long. The fierce momentum of the 5th level monster was undisguised. 5th level. Yunhu? Haeboden recognized this terrible monster that was often distributed in the monster mountain range near Yunlin Mountain at a glance, and couldn't help but scream. Yunhu's combat power is very strong. Among the monsters of the same level, it is definitely a leader, and he is not able to match it now. With a flash of his eyes, Haeboden immediately condensed a set of ice armor on his body, broke through the wall behind the store, and escaped. Yunhu roared loudly and chased after him. At this moment, a layer of ice crystals suddenly condensed in front of it, and then burst out. The bursting ice crystals did not cause any harm to Yunhu, but they succeeded in stagnating its movements. Countless tiny ice crystals scattered in the air of the store, covering the entire store with a layer of mist. A layer of ice suddenly condensed under Yunhu's feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Haeboden suddenly broke through the wall and slapped Amon with one palm. Humph, do you think you can defeat me just because you have a Yunhu as a pet? How strong are you? The move to escape was just a false appearance made by Haeboden. He was not a person who would not fight back after being beaten. His purpose was to take advantage of Yunhu being transferred away and attack Amon directly, but to his surprise, there was no panic or fear on Amon's face, only a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He felt a chill in his heart, and a huge sense of crisis suddenly rose, and there was a bit of horror in his eyes. In his stunned expression, the moon wolf howled a woo, revealing its true form. With fierce eyes, it stared at Haeboden, making his scalp numb. 5. 5th level moon wolf. His Adam's apple rolled, and he said a little dryly. The cloud tiger also broke free from the ice under his feet and surrounded him from behind. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Poseidon was already in a desperate situation. He looked at Amon with a serious face. Who are you? In the Jayamar Empire, I'm afraid only the Yunlan sect or the royal family can tame such a monster. The next heir of the Yunlan sect? Or which prince of the Jayamar royal family? Amon shook his head and said with a bit of joking, not necessarily, but Mr. Hay, do you have no other means? If not, then maybe you will really die here. Chapter 356 Strange Fire Map. A gloomy look flashed in Haeboden's eyes. He was hunted by Queen Medusa for this incomplete map, and his cultivation was sealed for this. He had to hide his identity in the desert for decades. He deliberately put the incomplete map in the old map, and also had the idea of fishing, hoping to figure out its function one day, but he didn't expect to catch a big shark directly, and his life was threatened. But if he was asked to give up the incomplete map directly, he would not be willing. At the very least, he had to get back some of the losses, at least to break the seal of Queen Medusa. So he restrained his icy fighting spirit and laughed a few times. Haha, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. Haeboden, admit defeat today. You can take the incomplete map, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Amon's face remained smiling. Now it's not a matter of whether the map is incomplete or not. Isn't it in my hands? Now it's a matter of your life. Hearing him say this, Haeboden's face flashed a trace of frustration, and he said with a bit of anger, I'm indeed not your opponent now, but do you think that the incomplete map in your hand is everything? I'm not afraid to tell you that after I took great pains to get this incomplete map in the desert, I relied on my many years of map making experience. It was perfectly divided into 2 parts. One is the one you just took away, and the other, don't even think of threatening me with death. I've lived for so long, what storms have I not experienced? when I was roaming the Gamma Empire. You weren't even born yet. Amon clicked his tongue, pinched his monocle, and smiled. You overlooked one point, that is, the value of this fragment to me is actually not that great. It's best to get it, but it doesn't matter if you can't get it. Anyway, the location of this strange fire is not a secret among those big forces. There are only a few people in this world who are qualified to have an eye on this strange fire. Besides, I don't believe you will put the other fragment too far away. I guess you should carry it with you. Even if you hide it, it won't be too far away. It should be in your shop or in your residence in Umo City. Bodong's face changed and his face twitched unnaturally because Amon was right. He really didn't hide the other piece of the map. Now the map is lying in his ring. For someone like him who trusts his own strength, it is safest to put things under his nose. This is also the thinking mode of most strong people in this world. Bodong quickly took out the other half of the map from the ring, and his whole body of fighting spirit rushed to his right hand holding the map, shouting fiercely, "Don't come over. Keep your magic beast away from me, otherwise I will destroy this map, so that you will never get it. Don't doubt my determination. Don't doubt my ability. I said, I'm a professional cartographer. Since I can split it, of course I can destroy it." Seeing that Amon seemed to know this map very well, he was worried that the other party knew the almost indestructible nature of the incomplete map, so he deliberately emphasized that he had split it. Amon put his hands flat on both sides of his head and said nervously, okay, don't get excited, we can discuss it. Hey. Bodong saw that he had frightened the other party, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. A black shadow suddenly flashed and instantly pierced Bodong's chest. He lowered his head in a daze, looking at the empty hole in his chest until the pain came from the wound. He saw clearly that the one who attacked him was the crow that had been staying on Amon's shoulder. Another 5th level monster. Yes, the other party's 2 beast pets are both 5th level monsters. So how can the remaining one be ordinary? It's a pity that the moon wolf and cloud tiger brought too much pressure to him. So he ignored the others. Bodong showed a bitter smile on his face. He covered his chest and asked with an incredible look, "Why aren't you worried that I really destroyed it?" After stabbing Bodong through the heart, the crow circled and picked up the remaining map of the pure lotus demon fire that fell on the ground with its claws, flew into the air, and kept circling, staring at the old man whose breath was rapidly weakening with blood-red pupils. Amon stroked his monocle with a mocking smile on his face. "If this remaining map can be destroyed by you, a sealed Dao Huang, then its creator, the pure lotus demon saint at the peak of the 9-star Dao Sheng, wouldn't it be embarrassing?" Bodong's pupils shook violently. He could never have imagined that the remaining map he had snatched would actually involve such a legendary figure. Although he had never heard of the name of the pure lotus demon saint, the pre-qualifier given by Amon was 9-star Dao Sheng peak. That was a peak powerhouse second only to the Dao Emperor. You can split it because it can be split at that place. It was set when the map was drawn. Of course, the most important point is that it is really not that important to me. It is a dispensable thing. It is not that the more precious the thing, the better it is. Only things that really play a role have actual value. Maybe it is not as valuable as you in my growth process. Bodong suddenly sighed and said softly, "I didn't expect that I would be able to touch this level of items one day. Haha, it seems not unfair to be sealed by Queen Medusa for so long for it. However, even if I'm so poor, if you want to snatch something from me, you have to leave a piece of meat." He suddenly rose up and displayed the fastest and most difficult fighting skills. Zuan Bing Finger. A condensed, cold finger force shot out and hit Amon's chest. Amon raised his right hand and gathered his fighting spirit. He suddenly waved his right hand and slapped his fingers away. After taking a look at the bleeding wound, the worms that made up the body squirmed, and the wound recovered as before. No matter how low his combat power is, he is still a 5th level monster comparable to the Fighting King. Although he has no martial arts, no fighting skills, and no innate skills for fighting tendencies, he is still a Fighting King. It was still possible to block a severely injured Dowling's greatly reduced attack. Fighting King. No, 5th level monster. After Amon took action, Bodong also noticed his background, with a look of shock in his eyes. How did a 5th level monster turn into a human form? Transformation pill. Then, his vision went dark, and he fainted. Yan, who retracted his extended paw and licked it with a lazy expression. Amon walked to Haebodang, and several spiritual insects wormed their way into his wounds, although there is still a big gap between him and the peak Dao, who unlike Yan Jin, who has half stepped into the realm of Dao Zhang, and his power has also been sealed, his soul is still as strong as Dao Huang. If Amon wants to parasitize him, he still needs to free up a large body share. A large number of spirit insects emerged from Amon's body and continued to merge into Haebodang's body. Haebodang had lost consciousness and had no resistance. When the total number of spirit insects integrated into his body exceeded Haebodang's, he easily parasitism completed. In the process of the spirit insect integrating into his body, Amon got a glimpse of the situation inside his body. A layer of lavender energy locked all the energy channels in his body, preventing him from displaying his full strength. Amon parasitized Haebodang, not only hoping to have a fixed point NPC in his hand to guide Zhao Yan, but if possible, he would of course maximize Haebodang's value. Many monsters have unique innate abilities and can create seals. The amethyst-winged Lion King and Queen Medusa both have such abilities. The abilities that Amon had before entering the Dupo universe were transformed into explicit or implicit talents that fit the characteristics of this universe. The authority of the door he holds has transformed into more than just space affinity. Sealing and breaking seals have also become his hidden talents. After he broke through to the 5th level, this hidden talent was transformed into explicit, and he could create seals and break seals. Queen Medusa's seal was relatively strong, but it was not so strong that Amon could do nothing. He felt the strength of the seal and roughly estimated that he could wear it down in about a month. The spirit insects in Haebodang's body immediately started working to break the seal. In the inner view, the elusive and transparent spirit insects are attacking the purple energy network over and over again. This network that hinders the flow of fighting energy in Haebodang's body is under the impact of the spirit insects. Flashing and fading. The movements of the spirit bugs in the body did not affect the main spirit bug controlling Haebodang. He controlled the body and took out the contents of the ring. He first swallowed a healing elixir, then rummaged around for a while, took out the green lotus earth core fire map drawn by Haebodang, and threw it to Amon. Amon took the map, spread it out, and looked at it roughly, with a smile in his eyes. Compared with the out of reach pure lotus demon fire, the current green lotus earth heart fire has greater practical significance. To him, this map is extremely detailed, not only accurately marking the places where water sources exist in the desert, but also marking the locations of most of the snake tribes. He set his sights on the 3 places with flame marks on the map in the east, west and north. These were the places where Haebodang judged that there might be strange fires in the Taiga Desert. Amon found the relevant plot description in his memory. East of Stone Desert City, slightly south. The location of the strange fire is a bit vague. Even if combined with the map drawn by Haebodang, it is still a large area. He pressed the knuckles of his right hand against his monocle and muttered, "TSK, it's the most troublesome to find something like this without obvious markings. But there seems to be a 2-headed fire spirit snake living around the Kinglian Earth Core fire. You can go find it first. If a 4th level monster survives, there will always be something left. The next thing is easier to find than the strange fire that remains motionless deep in the magma. But we have to be wary of Queen Medusa, who is also looking for the strange fire. I'm no match for her now. I hope Koga can move faster." Chapter 357. Do you want strange fire? Yunlin sect. Main hall. A rather handsome middle-aged man wearing dark blue robes slowly walked in. On his chest, he wore a tripod-shaped badge with 6 gold stars on it. This demonstrated his status as a 6th grade alchemist, and in the Jama Empire, there was only one person qualified to wear this badge, than King Furukawa. In the hall, an old man with white hair wearing moon-white clothes was staring at the wall carved with complex patterns, without moving for a long time. "Old Sect Master, you are looking for me." Furukawa bowed slightly, and gave a casual salute. As a 6th grade alchemist, he is fully qualified to be on an equal footing with Yan Jin. There is no need to be too respectful. This gift is still largely based on the other party's teacher Yan Yan's identity. "Elder Furukawa, you are here," Yan Jin said in a gentle tone with a smile on his face. "I wonder what the old sect master's instructions are." Asked. Yunshin put his hands behind his back and said in a calm tone, "Do you want strange fire?" Furukawa's pupils shrank, his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and his breathing became rapid. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Old sect master, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you have a strange fire in your hand?" Yunshin shook his head. "If I had a strange fire, I would have given it to you long ago. After all, in our Yunlin sect, the only person qualified to use it is Elder Furukawa. Although there is no strange fire, I have obtained information about the strange fire, but it is not easy to get it. So I came to ask about your attitude. If you are willing to pay a big price for it in exchange, I can take a little risk. Let me accompany you for a walk. If you feel that it is not worth your time, then drop the matter. Go." He shook his head and smiled helplessly. Which alchemist would give up the strange fire? That is the treasure that all alchemists dream of. Even if it costs all my wealth, I'm willing to give it a try. I wonder what the old sect master's conditions are. Furukawa knew that there was no free lunch in the world, so he asked. He guessed that Yunshin probably wanted to make an elixir for him, and it was a difficult elixir. Considering the other party's current state, the answer was self-evident. Before Yunshin could answer, he spoke to himself. "If the old sect master's request is to let me refine the Pyozandan for you, I can't give a definite answer. With my current level, I want to refine it for you. There is almost no chance of success with Pyozandan, but if we use strange fire to help, we can give it a try." Yunshin smiled. "The Pyozan pill is indeed tempting, but I know the rules of the alchemist, and now I can't come up with 3 copies of the medicinal materials. Let's not mention this matter for now. Furu, do you have any thoughts about Juna?" he asked abruptly. Furukawa's heart skipped a few more beats, and he asked in surprise, "What does the old sect leader mean?" Yunshin chuckled. "I intend to bring you and Juna together. I think in the Jama Empire, only a young talent like you is worthy of Juna. Of course, the same is true in reverse. Only Juna is worthy of it. I deserve you. However, Juna doesn't seem to have much affection for you at the moment. You need to put more thought into it. She can't have too much objection, otherwise it won't be easy for me to speak." Furukawa knew that Yunshin wanted to completely tie himself to Yan Lanshan's car, not just be an honorary elder, but this is not harmful to himself. He has always been in love with Yun. If he marries Yun, can he still be separated from the Yunlan sect? He had already been mentally prepared for this, and Yunshin's proposal struck a chord with him. "Thank you, old sect master, for helping me." There was a gentle smile on Yunshin's face. "Juna is mainly on your own. I will also help you. As for the strange fire," Yunshin's face became a little more solemn, and he said in a low tone, "The strange fire is in the hands of Queen Medusa." "Queen Medusa?" Furukawa's pupils shrank and he frowned. No one in the Jama Empire would be wary of that woman whose reputation was equally as bad as that of beauty. "Yes, according to the information I got, the strange fire fell into her hands. The success rate of trying to snatch it is not high, so the only way is through trading. If you want to exchange the strange fire from her, you must do a good job. Prepare for him." Furukawa gritted his teeth and said, "I know. I'm going to prepare the things needed for the transaction. By then, I hope the old sect master can accompany me, otherwise I won't dare to make a deal with her." "This is natural." The smile on Yunshin's face became more sincere. Furukawa left the hall looking at the direction in which he was going away. Yunshin pinched his eye sockets and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Oh, the bait is ready, and the fish is about to bite the hook. Next, all we have to do is close the net." In the middle of the Tagore Desert, a huge city stands. On top of the city wall, snake men guards were standing with their tails coiled, weapons in hand, and expressions indifferent. There are also some snake men who are taller and have brighter clothes. The rest of the ordinary snakemen looked at them with a hint of awe. This is the holy land of various tribes of snake people in the desert, where the temple of the snake people is located, and where Queen Medusa lives in the spacious and gorgeous hall. A beautiful figure gently leaned on a soft chair. There is no flaw visible on her beautiful face. Her body is plump and uneven. Her skin is as white as snow, and under her straight buttocks, there are not human legs, but purple snake tails. She exudes a sense of enchantment, yet graceful and noble. As her snake tail swings, it reveals a wild beauty that is very different from that of humans. Queen Medusa, the leader of the snake people, is an existence that all the strong men in the Gamma Empire are afraid of. Beside her, there is also a beautiful snake girl, but compared with the noble and cold Queen Medusa, she is a little overshadowed. Shena, is there no news yet? Medusa asked softly. The guard leader Shena shook his head slightly. Sorry, your majesty, we have mobilized all the snake tribes to search, but there is still no news. A trace of sadness flashed in Medusa's eyes. Alas. Let's look for it slowly. Even if we turn the entire Taga desert upside down, we have to find the strange fire. That is the last hope of our tribe. When the ancestors led the tribe to settle in the Taga desert, they should have expected that future generations would find the strange fire and successfully evolve. Shena was silent for a while, hesitant to speak, and swallowed his words back. After trying to speak several times. Seeing her like this, Medusa raised her eyebrows and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate. It's not like you to be so indecisive. Shena took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I have also looked up information about the strange fire before. The success rate of evolution recorded in the classics is extremely low. Your majesty, do you really have to take the risk? Medusa said without hesitation. Yes, you must. Haven't you noticed? The living environment in the Taga desert is getting worse and worse. The water source is shrinking, and the places for the tribesmen to survive and live are decreasing year by year. Maybe there won't be too obvious impact in 10 or 20 years, but if time goes on, the problem will become prominent. I don't want to wait until our tribe is forced into a desperate situation and has no way to retreat before taking action. As long as I can be promoted to Daozang, then the Jama Empire will not dare to refuse our not too excessive requests, and it will not be a problem to migrate the snake people to a place more suitable for our survival. Shena asked again, your majesty, don't you discuss it with the elders first? Such a big thing. No need. They won't agree. Those 4 stubborn old guys will definitely oppose it. They didn't have the courage to make changes when they were young, so what can we expect from them now? Medusa said indifferently. Shena wanted to persuade her, but was interrupted by Medusa's wave. Enough. No need to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. I'm the queen of the snake people. Wooten City. Zio family. Zio Yan exhaled lightly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his expression was slightly tired. It's finally done. I didn't expect that even the simplest first grade elixir would be so difficult to refine. Immediately, he showed joy again. I'm also a first grade alchemist. Although Liuz was killed by Zuna and Zio Meng, the Jia family still had a lot of previous stocks. They reduced the daily supply of rejuvenation powder and could still hold on for some time. The situation of the Zio family was still not optimistic. Zio Yan then begged Yao Chen to help. The latter did not help directly, but took the opportunity to guide Zio Yan to the path of alchemy. Congratulations, the first time you made medicine was successful. But if you want to say first grade, you are still far away. The blood coagulation powder is just a ball of liquid medicine, not even in the shape of a pill. If there is really no lower grade, it is not worthy of being called first grade. Even though Zio Yan's progress was quite encouraging, and his talent amazed Yao Chen, in order to prevent him from becoming arrogant, Yao Chen couldn't help but knock on him. After a pause, Yao Chen said, but it's enough to deal with the Jia family. Your girlfriend and maid solved the source of the trouble physically. Zuna, Zio Meng. When Yao Chen mentioned the two of them, Zio Yan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He will never forget that when he was at his lowest point, being hated and laughed at by everyone, the two of them still treated him the same way. Zio Meng even refused the courtyard that the family had allocated for her. She refused the solicitation of the great elders and still stayed by her side. At that time, I had nothing but the name of a waste. Stop laughing. The background of that girl named Zuna is very scary. Zio Meng's identity should not be simple either. I guess she must have encountered some kind of change, so she was stranded outside and was picked up by you. Her clansmen may have come to find her. There are many things that go wrong in these big families. It may not be a good thing for her clansmen to come. If you want to support her when she is forced by her clansmen, then work hard. Yeo Chen's virtual soul body patted Zhao Yan's shoulder and encouraged him. Well, I will. Zhao Yan responded with a serious expression. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Preparations Before Leaving. With the help of Yeo Leo, Zhao Yan played the role of an old pharmacist who wanted to take him as his apprentice, and provided the Zhao family with blood coagulation powder, attracting the people who were robbed by the Jiali family back to the Zhao family market point. And the Jiali family seemed to have no intention of continuing to fight with the Zhao family, and stopped fighting, and even took the initiative to sell a market to the Zhao family. To apologize faced with the Jiali family's surrender, Zhao Zhen decided to stop while he was ahead, because he didn't know what the attitude of the old pharmacist was. After all, even refining low-level drugs requires effort. If the other party feels that the Zhao family is too greedy and doesn't know when to stop, and thus becomes dissatisfied with Zhao Yan, it will not be worth the loss. After knowing Zhao Zhen's attitude, Zhao Yan was also slightly moved. His father always thinks of him. He did not interfere with Zhao Zhen's decision, but just refined as much blood coagulation powder as possible to leave enough inventory for the Zhao family, so that after he left, the Zhao family would still have blood coagulation powder to sell and attract mercenaries. This is his repayment to his father and the Zhao family. Yeo Chen was quite relieved to see what Zhao Yan did. This time, he should not have made a mistake in choosing him. He is a good kid who knows how to repay his gratitude. Zhao Yan can take care of the family instead of just thinking about himself, which means he will not be another Han Feng. His feelings towards Zhao Yan are also quietly changing. Feelings are cultivated from a long time of getting along. Because he had been betrayed by Han Feng, Yeo Chen was cautious about accepting this disciple, and did not open his heart from the beginning. Zhao Yan deepened Yeo Chen's trust and good impression of him with his own actual performance. After seeing that Zhao Yan spent all his time, except eating and sleeping, to help the Zhao family refine the blood coagulation powder, and tired himself with bloodshot eyes, Yeo Chen could not help but help him and personally refined a large number of blood coagulation powder for him. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Yan stroked the low-level storage ring in his hand, and through spiritual perception, he saw the densely packed small jade bottles filled with blood coagulation powder inside, and smiled like a 200-pound child. Yeo Chen's illusory soul body poked Zhao Yan's forehead with his index finger, shook his head and laughed, with a slightly helpless expression. Zhao Yan, dressed as an old gentleman, once again appeared in front of the Zhao family. With a wave of his hand, the blood coagulation powder that covered the whole room shocked the audience. Zhao Zhen was breathing rapidly, but he still had the demeanor of a clan leader. While the three elders seemed a little out of control, with their eyes wide open. Seeing the three old guys who had been at odds with him show such expressions, Zhao Yan also felt relieved secretly. After handing the blood coagulation powder to Zhao Zhen, the old gentleman also said that Zhao Yan would follow him to travel outside, and would not return to Wutan City in a short time. While feeling happy for Zhao Yan, Zhao Zhen also felt a little disappointed about the upcoming separation. However, Zhao Zhen immediately thought of another question, and asked the old man how to deliver the proceeds of this batch of blood coagulation powder. Yeo Chen controlled Zhao Yan's body, and answered him that he could save it. If the Zhao family needed funds urgently during this period, they could use it at any time. Zhao Zhen knew the obvious help from the old man, and thanked him repeatedly. The old man refused the enthusiastic retention of the Zhao family, walked out of the Zhao family, and disappeared in the crowd. After dealing with the problem of the competitiveness of the Zhao family market, a big stone in Zhao Yan's heart fell, and finally turned his attention back to his own practice. Teacher, when will we set out for training? Zhao Yan asked with a hint of expectation. There is no rush. Didn't your cousin say that the enrollment of Canon College will start soon? Wait a few days, sign up first, and then take leave. Otherwise, when you want to plan the fallen heart flame in the future, it is not the enrollment season of Canon College. You have to wait another year. Isn't it a waste of time? Yeo Chen said with a smile. That's what the teacher said. Xiao Yan nodded. Yeo Chen stroked his chin and suddenly said, by the way, let me tell you about the action route I have planned. Think about it carefully these few days, and think about what you should prepare. Experience is not just about honing your fighting skills. It also includes how to contact strangers, how to open up situations in unfamiliar places, how to use your own advantages, survival in the wild, identifying monsters, and dealing with various emergencies. Anyway, all kinds of miscellaneous knowledge and experience will become your gains in experience, thinking. Back to the beginning, when I traveled alone on the continent, I suffered a lot at the beginning, because of my lack of experience, except for the critical moment, I will not take action, otherwise the experience will be meaningless. So, Xiao Yanzi, be prepared to suffer. Well, you can also take advantage of these few days, to think about how to make yourself suffer less. 3 years of tempering his character made Xiao Yan not worry about the foreseeable hardships in the future. He was not afraid of hardship, but was afraid of not being strong enough, and being laughed at and ridiculed. He never wanted to experience the feeling of powerlessness that he could not accept, but could not change after the things happened. Teacher, just tell me the route. I will go there by myself. Xiao Yan smiled confidently. Well, you have the drive of a young man. I hope you can keep it up by then. Yeo Chen smiled with a bit of cunning. In the next few days, Xiao Yan relaxed a lot. Cultivation also needs to be relaxed and tense. No one can stand being tense all the time. He chatted and went shopping with Zuna and Xiao Meng, which fully relaxed his spirit. The fatigue accumulated from refining medicine for days dissipated. After waiting for a few days, the recruitment team of Canon College finally arrived. Xiao Yu took Xiao Ning, Xiao Mei, Xiao Yan, Xiao Meng, and Zuna to register. On the way, she suddenly looked at Xiao Yan with some suspicion. It's all spread in the family. Aren't you going to study with an alchemist? Why are you following here? Xiao Yan's eyebrows moved. There is no rule that you can't go to Canon College if you have a teacher. That's the reason. But after all, the academy doesn't teach the kind of successor, nor is it a separate teaching, so under normal circumstances, it can't compare to the dedicated teaching of a teacher like you, unless you can get the favor of some strong people in the inner courtyard. Xiao Yu explained. The teacher told me to have more contact with my peers, not to be blindly arrogant, and let me know that there is a world outside the world. Xiao Yan responded, hey, it's rare for you to have such an understanding. Xiao Yu still didn't get along with him, and almost habitually stabbed him. Master, Xiao Yan must be the outermost world. Xiao Meng interrupted. This made Xiao Yan a little embarrassed. He was confident in himself, but it was too much to say that he was the best in the world. The Dalki continent was vast and boundless. The Jama Empire was just a medium-sized country in the northwest corner of the continent. How many heroes were there in the world? Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Meng speechlessly, thinking that there must be something wrong with her brain. You are just bragging about your young master, right? Ahahaha. Xiao Meng, I'm not that great yet, you are too. Xiao Yan scratched his cheek with his index finger, but, in Xiao Meng's heart, young master Xiao Yan is so great. Xiao Meng responded without thinking. Zuna also believes that brother Xiao Yan is the best. Zuna said with a smile. I can't stand you guys. Xiao Yu muttered, and his steps quickened a bit. Sister. Xiao Ning hurriedly chased after them. Although the enrollment team stayed in Wutan City, their enrollment scope actually included several surrounding cities, so there were many people coming from other places looking at the long dragon-like gem. The Xiao family members felt a little scalp numb. See, this is a huge influence of Canon College. I don't know how many people are trying to get in. Xiao Yu said proudly. Xiao Yan touched his nose and sighed in his heart. If he didn't already have a teacher, he would probably be one of the countless people. He would have to spend a lot of effort to fight for that one place. Sister, what should we do? Should we line up? Xiao Ning said with a bitter face. Hey, the one who came to recruit students this time happened to be my mentor. What line? Follow me. She waved her hand and said with a bit of pride point as she said that. She raised her long legs and walked to the other side of the square point. Because the college has little restraint on students, unlike the sect, most students will eventually choose to return to their own country. Not trained by the sect. They rarely go to the sect with stricter constraints after returning, and a large part of them prefer to serve the royal family. Therefore, the royal family of the Jama Empire supported the enrollment of Cannon College. A group of soldiers surrounded the area where the enrollment team was located in the back of Guangcheng. They were responsible for helping to maintain order. These soldiers exuded a murderous aura, and the breath of iron and blood made Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei feel great pressure. It's really worthy of being the elite in the army. Xiao Yan praised. Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei felt their feet were a little weak. Xiao Yan noticed Zuna and Xiao Meng who looked normal on the side and raised his eyebrows. Xiao Yanzi, don't worry too much about these. In front of the real strong, the number of people is meaningless. Yao Chen's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yu said a few words to the officer in charge, took out a green waist badge as proof, and then walked in with a few people. When passing through the two neat rows of the army, the breath emitted by the surrounding soldiers suddenly became stronger, and the momentum between them was faintly connected into a whole, and even Xiao Yu's face turned a little pale. Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei, who followed behind her, were even more difficult. You're deliberately trying to make things difficult for us, aren't you? After passing through the queue, Xiao Yu rolled his eyes at the officer in charge. Haha, you need something to use the back door, the instructor ordered. This officer was also from Cannon College, and he was quite familiar with Xiao Yu in his conversation. Let's go. Xiao Yu waved his hand casually and led the Xiao family to the tent further back. Chapter 359. Another version of the rumor. Chua. As soon as they approached the big tent, a red figure jumped over and touched Xiao Yu all over. Zu. Ni. You pervert. Go away. Ah, don't touch there. Xiao Yu pushed him away. Then a bunch of beautiful girls came out and circled around Xiao Yu. Xiao Ning's eyes were wide open. I didn't expect that. She is quite popular in the academy, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Xiao Meng frowned with a serious expression, poked Zuna. We must keep an eye on Master Xiao Yan at that time, and we can't let these slutty girls corrupt Master Xiao Yan's mind. Zuna narrowed her eyes and stared at Xiao Meng. I think the person we should be most on guard against should be you. Xiao Yan touched his nose and pretended not to hear anything. Xiao Yu began to introduce the people she brought to her friends. They are all my people. This is Zuna, Xiao Meng. Well, don't bother with them. They all have their own lovers. This is Xiao Mei and my brother Xiao Ning. As for the last one, the guy who looks lecherous is Xiao Yan, whom I mentioned to you before. Lewd, don't you think? His eyes are clearly appreciating beauty. Zuenai responded. Good fellow, if you are ugly, you are lecherous, and if you are handsome, you appreciate beauty? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and was speechless to her friends seeing Zuenai staring at Xiao Yan. Xiao Meng took 2 steps and stood between her and Xiao Yan. Then she found that Zuenai's eyes still did not change, but she was staring at her. Xiao Meng. She communicated with the spirit worm in her heart. How about parasitizing her? The spirit worm responded. Don't pull everyone into the Amon family. No wonder the original body said that the spiritual pollution from the clones was more difficult than the Cheyenne brand. Xiao Meng replied indifferently. Anyway, that's something the original body needs to consider. It has nothing to do with us. And he hasn't been connected to us spiritually for a long time. I don't know what other Amons are doing. I feel that the original body is making an attempt, trying to let each clone take a different path. He may be watching everything from behind, waiting to come out and harvest the fruits at the end. The spirit worm expressed his guess. It shouldn't be. This is not easy to get out of hand. Xiao Meng thought for a while and had a bolder idea in his mind. Zuenai retracted her gaze from Xiao Meng, clapped her hands and said, okay, you are all here for the test, right? Come with me. By the way, that guy Rob has also come along and has been promoted to a 4-star fighter. Hearing her reminder, Xiao Yu frowned. That annoying guy is here too? I hope he won't cause any more trouble. As soon as the voice fell, a voice rang out. Xiao you, long time no see. A handsome young man in grey and white clothes came over with a bright smile and greeted Xiao Yu. Looking at his hypocritical smile, Xiao Yu frowned slightly and said coldly, not long, as if he didn't see that Xiao Yu didn't like him. Rob looked at Xiao Yan and others. Are they your people? Have they met the requirements? You know the rules, right? No, I won't make it difficult for the instructor. If they don't meet the standards, I won't bring them here. Xiao Yu's expression remained unchanged. Then, I happen to have a test crystal here. If you don't mind, you can try it. The rest of the crystals have been placed in the passage on the square. If you don't want to use mine, you may have to wait for a long time. Rob took out a crystal from his pocket. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and replied, okay then. She turned her head and explained to Xiao Yan and others, this is a simple test crystal. It will glow when the fighting force reaches the 8th stage. Xiao Ning was the first to step forward to test it with full confidence. Then Xiao Mei, Xiao Meng, Zuna, and Xiao Yan stepped forward one by one, and all successfully made the crystal light up. Rob put away the test crystal. Okay, since the test is over, please go outside in the sun for half an hour. He pointed to some men and women sitting outside and said to the Xiao family, Rob, what do you mean? Xiao Yu said coldly, you are also an old student. Don't you understand this rule? There are too many troublesome students now, and they must know how to respect their seniors. Rob said frivolously, don't use this trick on the people I brought. They passed the test under my hands, and I have jurisdiction over them temporarily. Since you brought them, I won't bother too much. Let's do this. Let this junior be your representative, and go to the sun, to bask in the Sunday. Rob pointed at Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yu did not let Xiao Yan pretend to be his lover, and although Xiao Yan had been following behind in a low-key manner, and did not stand out at all, Rob still accurately found trouble with him. Before Xiao Yu could argue with him again, a slender jade hand pressed towards Rob. His face changed slightly, and when he was about to raise his fighting spirit to fight back, he saw a pair of dark and deep pupils. From these eyes, he seemed to see the starry sky. In a trance, Rob flew backwards heavily. It was not until he felt the pain from his back touching the ground that he realized he had been defeated by a palm strike. He was defeated so easily by a freshman. Rob felt embarrassed and was about to stand up and fight back, but he was horrified to find that his fighting spirit seemed to be sealed by something and could not be condensed. Xiao Meng shook her head and said, you also said that the current freshmen are all thorny. So how dare you jump out with your strength? Isn't this looking for a fight? And you also come to trouble Master Xiao Yan. How dare you? When she said the last sentence, her face suddenly darkened and became extremely ferocious. Now, I will give you two choices. One is to stand outside in the sun for half an hour. The other is to be beaten by me and then go stand under the sun for half an hour. The students who were following Rob looked at each other. One of them seemed to want to take action, but saw Rob walking dejectedly into the sun. His movement stagnated, and he followed. The rest of the freshmen outside in the sun looked at the old students who were kicked out, dumbfounded. It was not that they had resisted just now, but they were severely punished, and then they became honest. But I didn't expect that there were actually new students, who in turn kicked out the group of old students who were assisting with enrollment. Rob noticed the strange looks from the freshmen and said viciously, what are you looking at? You give me another half hour. The freshmen who were dissatisfied with their oppression were inspired by Xiao Meng's achievements and rose up to resist, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by one of Rob's followers. Only then did the freshmen realize that it was normal to stand under the sun. The problem was not with Rob and others, but with those inside who acted out of common sense. Xiao Yu and her friends were equally shocked. Zuelai opened her mouth. Wow. You actually had such a powerful sister in your family. Please introduce her to me quickly. After finishing all this, Xiao Meng just clapped her hands, did not look at Luobu and others again, and returned to Xiao Yan, looking like she was asking for credit. Master Xiao Yan, I've taken care of them. Xiao Meng's actions naturally caused more people to focus on Xiao Yan, who had never been too prominent. Some people from other cities were guessing about Xiao Yan's identity. Xiao Yan. This name sounds familiar. Isn't it the Xiao Yan from the Xiao family? Isn't it said that the young master of Yunlin sect broke off her engagement because she was too useless? Wait a minute, I seem to have heard another version. It is said that Xiao Yan dislikes Nalan Yanran, so he is not breaking off the engagement, but divorcing his wife, although the widely rumored version is the divorced version. This is Wutan City, so some people have heard of Xiao Yan's divorce of his wife. What? This is impossible, right? That's Nalan Yanran. What's impossible? I heard that Nalan Yanran proposed the 3-year agreement. Really? Of course it's true. You also know that Xiao Ken and I often play together. That's what they told me. It is said that Nalan Yanran even shouted angrily that day, 30 years to the east of Heading, 30 years to the west of Hexi. Don't bully young girls into poverty. Huh? Did she say this? Isn't that right? In short, Xiao Yan doesn't like Nalan Yanran. After she proposed a 3-year agreement, she also said that if she lost, she would stay with Xiao Yan, even if she became a slave. So humble. But Xiao Yan said that she is not even qualified to be a slave or a maid. Did you see the night girl who defeated the senior? She is Xiao Yan's maid. Even if Nalan Yanran wants to stay with Xiao Yan as a maid, you have to compete with her, really or not. When people hear this version for the first time, their first reaction is disbelief, but when they see Xiao Meng following Xiao Yan around with an obedient look on his face, they believe it a little more. If a maid had this talent, it would not be impossible for her to become unhappy with the arrogant Nalan Yanran, and then dislike her who was defeated by Xiao Meng, knew best how terrifying that woman was. The other party struck first, and was suspected of a sneak attack, but even if it happened again, and they were both prepared, he would probably fall to his knees in seconds. The opponent's careless palm not only defeated him, but also sealed his fighting spirit. He could feel that the seal should not last long, and there were already signs of loosening, and it would be unsealed in about an hour. But he had a vague intuition that the reason why the seal was not long lasting was because the other party did not want it to last long. Rob, what are you doing standing under the sun? Came a gentle female voice. Rob's expression froze. He turned around and said with some embarrassment, "It's too cold inside the tent. Let's go out and bask in the sun." His answer elicited a burst of laughter. Rob heard the laughter and felt even more embarrassed. Haha, didn't you want to show off to the newcomers, but ended up getting punished instead? The gentle female voice said with a hint of smile. Chapter 360, Young Leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Group. A woman in green, graceful like water, walked slowly with a smile on her lips. Compared with Zuna and Xiao Meng's immaturity, she has a more mature charm. Okay, don't stand outside. Come in and rest, including the freshmen. The woman in green said. Rob looked at the others and walked to another tent farther away. He didn't have the face to stay here anymore. Teacher Ruolin, Jua misses you so much. Xiao Yu rushed over and buried her face in the other's chest. Ruolin looked at Xiao Yu, who fell into her arms, and a doting smile appeared on her face. Jua, long time no see. Xiao Ning and Xiao Yan were stunned. Something's wrong. This teacher and Xiao Yu and the group of beautiful girls seem to be in the same class. Their class atmosphere is a bit wrong. Is this the person you brought? It seems very good. Who beat Rob and the others out just now? Ruolin asked gently. It's all because Rob is too arrogant. Xiao Yu explained. Ruolin shook her head. I don't mean to blame her. She has such strength before entering school. I love this kind of genius student. Oh, so it's her. Xiao Meng. We all call her Xiao Meng. She is usually very gentle, but she is a little stubborn. When she encounters something related to a certain stinky man, her mind will become dull, and she will explode like a powder keg at any time. Xiao Yu introduced to Ruolin, and when she talked about a certain man, she glanced in the direction of Xiao Yan. Ruolin looked at Xiao Meng and found that she was staring at Xiao Yan's back in a daze, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Afterwards, Ruolin conducted more specific tests on the Xiao family and graded their potential values. After showing amazing talent, Xiao Yan asked to take a year off. This made Ruolin who just felt that she had picked up a treasure, lose most of her joy. However, seeing Xiao Yan's firm attitude, she did not refuse directly, but set a test, promising Xiao Yan that, if he could survive 20 rounds under her hands, she would agree to his request, give him a year's vacation, and she would take care of the affairs in the academy. Xiao Yan naturally passed the test by luck. I really can't do anything about you. Ruolin put away her long whip and regained her gentle appearance. Facing Ruolin's slightly resentful expression, Xiao Yan was also a little embarrassed and could only scratch his head and smile back. Okay. Since Canon Academy has already registered, there is no point in staying in Wotan City. Pack up and get ready to go. Yao Chen's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's mind. I know, teacher. The next morning, Xiao Yan first asked butler Remo to prepare enough fresh water and food for him, and then went to Milled Auction House. Looking at the long list of supplies he gave, Yafei showed a charming smile. Little brother Xiao Yan, with so many supplies needed for survival in the wild, are you planning to leave Wotan City? Yes, the teacher will take me to travel and practice, and I will probably not come back for 1 or 2 years. Xiao Yan responded. Yafei had long accidentally discovered the connection between Xiao Yan and the mysterious alchemist, so Xiao Yan did not hide it from her. After thinking for a while, he said, can I trouble Sister Yafei to help take care of the Xiao family in the next 1 or 2 years? Xiao Yan will definitely repay you in the future. Yap. Fei stroked the crystal monocle on her right eye and showed a charming smile. In the future? What do you mean in the future, Xiao? Yan suddenly froze. Yafei's action of stroking the glasses was very similar to that of her teacher, and Yao Leo said that this habit came after his soul was invaded by strange creatures. He took a deep breath and asked with some trepidation, Sister Yafei, when did you develop the habit of wearing monocles? This Uncle Gunny had this habit before. I learned it from him when I was a child. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Yafei's face was not abnormal at all. Xiao Yan stared at her face for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. How can you stare at others so directly? Others only glance at them secretly, but you stare at others' faces openly. Yafei showed a little anger. It's all because Sister Yafei is too charming. Xiao Yan habitually said something flowery. If you say that, your little maid will come to trouble me. She glanced out the window intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Yan's expression froze. With his understanding of Xiao Meng, he felt that she could really do such a thing. Okay, I agree to take care of the Xiao family for a year. It was you, Xiao Yan, who asked for it. How can Yafei refuse? As she said that, she cast a charming look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart, stood up and clasped his fists, saying, then Xiao Yan would like to thank Sister Yafei first. After waiting for Xiao Yan to leave, Xiao Meng suddenly climbed in through the window. Seeing her looking at her with a cautious and questioning look, Yafei chuckled. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your master Xiao Yan. Have you received any instructions from the main body recently? What are you doing? Why didn't I receive the notice of the referendum in Mongolia this time? Xiao Meng directly asked the doubts he had always had. Yafei replied smoothly, the main body has no instructions, and we don't know his movements. The All-Mongolian referendum cannot be held, because the distance between the Amons is too far and communication is inconvenient. As for the movements on our side, has nothing to do with you. Really? Xiao Meng pinched the socket of her right eye, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Here, in Wotan City, what are you going to do with the Xiao family? Ah, you referring to the Soul Palace? Wu Meng walked into the room, pulled out a chair under the table, and sat down. Well, Guardian Bird, although there are some differences in small details, major changes have not yet occurred. So some things that are not coincidental and contributed to by multiple factors will still happen. Xiao Meng's eyes revealed a bit of sharpness. We don't have the ability to confront the Soul Palace now, and you're not the real body. Why do you worry so much? Wu Meng adjusted his sitting posture. It's just because we are not the main body, so we have to worry about it. The main body only needs to practice seriously and work hard to improve our cultivation. Our clones have many things to worry about. Wu Meng clicked his tongue. Let's wait for a while and see how the progress of the main body is. If I can swallow the duck guardian, then everything will be fine, but if not, then I will find a way to protect the close relationship with Xiao Yan of my tribe. Are you satisfied with this? Well, please. Master Xiao Yan is leaving soon. I have to spend more time with him now. Xiao Meng climbed out of the window again. Wu Meng raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively, walked to the window, and looked at Xiao Meng's leaving back, slowly raising the corners of his mouth to outline a smile. The midday sun was a bit scorching, and even with the Dao Qi strengthening the body, it was still a bit unbearable. At the gate of Wutan City, the girl in black reluctantly said goodbye to the handsome black-haired boy. Master Xiao Yan, Xiao Meng will be waiting for you at Canon College. Come on, Nailin Yanran, you will be no problem, brother. Xiao Yan, Zuna still said the same thing. I believe you will regain your former glory and glory. Zuna was dressed in purple clothes, as quiet and elegant as a lotus, and stood gracefully. Xiao Zun stood behind the two of them, saying nothing, just looking at him with expectant eyes. Don't die outside. Come back when the time comes, otherwise I will definitely catch Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng said seriously. His words directly triggered an elbow from Xiao Meng. Hiss, it hurts. Xiao Meng clutched the ribs around his waist, showing signs of pain. Don't die, you little bastard. Xiao Yu said goodbye with a slightly disgusted look. Xiao Yan waved goodbye to his relatives and friends, said goodbye to this familiar city, and walked forward alone, embarking on his journey. The sun was like fire, scorching the earth, and the flowers and plants on the roadside were drooped by the sun, looking like they were about to die. The ground was also dry and cracked, with tiny cracks spreading like branches of tree branches. Sweat dripped and evaporated in the blink of an eye. The handsome young man carried a large ancient ruler on his back. The body of the ruler is pitch black, with vague lines painted on it, like dancing flames. Every time Xiao Yan walked a certain distance, he would stop and take a deep breath, his legs trembling. Teacher, what the hell is this? Does anyone really use such a weapon? He felt that his waist was almost broken, and the fighting spirit in his body was like a turtle crawling. Hard training is naturally going to be hard. Do you think I brought you out to practice so that you can have an outing? Let's go quickly. At your current speed, you won't be able to get to Kingshan Town before dark. I'm afraid you'll just have to. I can sleep in the wilderness. Yao Chen's illusory soul floated behind him. Xiao Yan's pace quickened a bit, but soon it slowed down again. TSK, how can you surpass Nailin Yanran like this? Think about your little girlfriend's terrifying background, and think about the mysterious family that may exist behind your maid. Upon hearing what Yao Chen said, Xiao Yan suddenly gained motivation and gritted his teeth and moved forward. He took out a small porcelain bottle from the ring and poured out a pill. This is a key recovery pill, which has the effect of accelerating the recovery of fighting energy. Yao Chen specially refined it for him before leaving Wutan City. After taking the key restoration pill, Xiao Yan felt a little better, but the physical fatigue from the rush was still accumulating. As it was approaching dusk, he finally arrived at the town closest to the Warcraft Mountains. A group of mercenaries just returned from outside the town. Each of them had the joy on their faces that they were about to receive rewards for completing their mission. They discussed unscrupulously where the women were the most delicious and which restaurant had the strongest wine. When passing Xiao Yan, they all suddenly stopped and looked over. The monocle on their right eye reflected the light. Fuck. Xiao Yan was so excited that he placed the Xuanzan ruler in front of him in a defensive posture. This little brother, have you just come to Kingshan Town? A handsome young man walked out of the crowd. What's the matter? Xiao Yan looked slightly nervous. Yafei wears a monocle, Guni wears a monocle, and Galebi wears a monocle. In fact, it is not out of the ordinary. They are all people of a certain status and are pampered. Generally, they do not need to fight. If it is not Yao Chen. After mentioning the strange creatures to him, Xiao Yan would not pay attention to it at all, but a group of mercenaries who fight and kill all day long wear a monocle, which looks very unconventional. No matter how you look at it, nothing, just a greeting. My name is Muley, the young leader of the wolf-haired mercenary group. The young man said with a smile. Chapter 361 Employment. In the vast desert, all you can see is a yellow earth. The wind blows and rolls up the sand on the ground. Today's sandstorm is particularly strong. The sand flies in the air, forming a thick curtain. The sight can reach less than 10 meters. A thin young man walks on the sand, leaving a row of footprints. He wears a pointed soft hat, a classical robe, and a single lens made of crystal on his right eye. Red eyes, a circle of white crows on his right eye, landed on his shoulder. A few steps behind him, a little white cat and a black and white puppy follow on the left and right. The puppy walks and raises the sand, letting the wind blow it to the kitten next to it. Standing upwind, it seems to be very interested in such meaningless things. The white cat ignores him and uses his fighting spirit to form a shield to protect himself, isolating all the wind and sand. It saw the puppy eating sand and coughing to spit it out and said in human language, "Idiot." Amon casually stepped on a yellow sand scorpion that wanted to sneak attack it and suddenly stopped. He sensed a few strange breaths, which seemed to be between humans and monsters. Bah. This damn weather. A strong wind suddenly blew out of nowhere. This was a male snake man, holding a spear, with a cold look in his eyes. Isn't the weather in the desert so complicated and changeable? But it's really true. Above, looking for an area with abnormal fire energy. Our snake blood tends to be cold. Even if there are natural treasures with fire attributes, they can't be used. Another snake man said, "Let's not worry about this. It is said that it is a task issued by Her Majesty the Queen herself. We just need to obey her orders. It's just right to take advantage of the strong wind and sand to search around this human city." Wait, there are people. The strongest snake man who led the group suddenly stopped. How many people? How about hiding? The snake people and humans have been in a state of hostility for many years, and they often fight each other when they meet, so they immediately became alert. There is only one. What are you waiting for? Go and kill him. Amon looked at the snake people who rushed over to surround him with interest, and smiled. Are these snake people? Are you considered humans or monsters? A very interesting race. Heh, you didn't even run away. What a stupid guy. A snake man showed a hideous smile on his face, but the brain seems to be a little bit not working well. Why provoke conflicts for no reason? Fighting will get injured and die. Shouldn't such bloody and violent things be avoided if possible? Being blinded by the so-called racial hatred, and thus dying in vain, is it worth it? Amon muttered. What are you mumbling about for no reason? A snake man saw that Amon's face was neither surprised nor afraid, as if he had sensed them long ago, and was waiting here specially, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. However, when the time came, he could not retreat, so he decided to strike first. Several streams of light emitting star-like colors flew out of Amon's body, and sank into the bodies of these snakemen. Their eyes were slightly dull, and then became smart. For Amon, who has now reached the 5th level, a few snakemen with only fighter strength can be easily parasitized without any effort. Finding strange fire is also a troublesome thing. You can help me pay attention to the clues of the snakemen. If it is in the east of Shimo City, find a way to intercept it. Amon said softly. Leave it to us. The leading snakeman pinched his eye sockets. Amon did not stay here for long, turned around and continued to walk in the original direction. The wind and sand gradually subsided, and the city in front showed an outline. The city in the desert is more ancient and heavy than other places. Because of the need to guard against snakemen, the city wall itself pays more attention to the defensive function, and it is full of city defense tools such as bed crossbows. After entering the city smoothly, Amon asked passers-by about the locations of several famous mercenary groups in Shimo City. Well, by the way, Liu Yan, who I met in Mochung before, seems to be a member of the Sand Mercenary Group. He also said that, if there is any intention to cooperate, he would introduce me to their leader. Then it's you. Amon made a decision. His skin gradually changed color, and the surface cracked, turning into a series of wriggling worms, which crawled and adjusted their positions wantonly. Amon's body expanded slightly, and his physique became taller. His face was also slightly adjusted, turning into another face. Danking, Gooey. Taking out the clothes representing the 6th grade alchemist from the ring, and putting them on, Amon came to the station of the Sand Mercenary Group. The guard at the door saw a stranger coming in, and wanted to question him a few more words, but he noticed the 6th grade alchemist logo painted on the chest of the other person's clothes. And his eyes were straight. Take me to see your leader. Amon, who was wearing Guhi's face, said calmly, yes, yes. The guard at the door had no courage to stop him and said tremblingly, sir, please come this way. He led Amon in with a bit of flattery. Point in the Jayamar Empire, only Din King Guhi was qualified to wear this dress, so it was self-evident who the person in front of him was. As for whether this Guhi was real or fake, naturally there was a leader with stronger strength and broader knowledge to distinguish. Point Amon followed the guard all the way to the front hall of the Sand Mercenary Group. Point they are having a meeting, brother. Those two boys from the Moti Mercenary Group are really going too far. A few days ago, they took away a piece of business that should have been mine. Emo Crossing said bitterly. Point there are many members of the Sand Mercenary Group, and not all tasks require the leader to personally take over. In addition to the Captain Shero, there are also deputy captains and several small bosses who can take on tasks that are not difficult on their own. Point Shero frowned. I should have told you that those brothers have pretty good talents. I'm afraid it won't take long for them to reach my level. There's no need to get into trouble with them over some trivial matter. If you really want to deal with them, then we must do it once and for all, and we cannot give them a chance to make a comeback. He suddenly stopped and turned his attention to the doorman and Amon, who followed him in. Didn't I tell you? We are having a very important meeting. Don't let anyone in. Even if the city lord comes, he should inform you first. Shero's expression changed from dissatisfied and sullen at the beginning to respectful and flattering in less than a second. Point he looked at the alchemy cauldron pattern on Amon's chest and the 6 gold stars in front of the alchemy cauldron. With fiery eyes he quickly stood up, bent slightly and said, sir, our meeting has just ended. Do you have any instructions? Amon didn't say any unnecessary nonsense and went straight to the point. I need to find something in the east area of Stone Desert City, which requires a large number of manpower. You can help me find it. In return, an intermediate Zuan level fighting skill, or if you can prepare the medicinal materials yourself, I can also help you refine a purple heart barrier breaking pill. Point purple heart barrier breaking pill, a 4th level pill that can affect the great fighter, can directly increase 1 star, and one person can take it twice. Point hearing this famous name in the elixir world, Shero's breathing became rapid. He has been stuck at his current strength for a long time, and he can feel that the speed of his improvement is getting slower and slower. The purple heart barrier breaking pill was an irresistible temptation for him, but there was a problem with the materials, and he might not be able to get them together for a while. Point should I give up the purple heart barrier breaking pill and choose fighting skills? Seemingly seeing his inner struggle, Amon chuckled. If you don't have the materials for a while, you can go to me to refine them after you collect them. It doesn't have to be the purple heart barrier breaking pill, but any 4th level or lower elixir will do. If everything goes well, I will refine one for you. A 5th level elixir is no problem. Shero was deeply attracted by this generous offer, but he would not trust a stranger so easily, so he asked tentatively, I wonder what your name is, sir? In our Jayamar Empire, there are only 2 people who can refine 5th grade elixirs. Haha, haven't you already made some guesses? It's in the ancient river, Amon said with a bit of pride. Point as he spoke, he took out a fighting skill scroll from the ring and chuckled. If you choose fighting skills as a reward, I can give it to you in advance now. I think there are not many people in the Jayamar Empire who dare to rely on me. As he spoke, Amon slightly revealed a hint of his own aura. Point feeling the fleeting terrifying aura, Shero knew that this was not a strong man that he could provoke. No matter whether he was Furukawa or not, he seemed to have no right to refuse, so Shero quickly agreed and said respectfully, our Sand Mercenary Group has accepted this commission. I wonder what you need, sir. You don't need to know what it is specifically. Just help me find areas where fire energy is active and dense. Amon responded with the answer he had prepared long ago without thinking too much. Shero's eyes flickered and nodded. Yes, Kingshan. Town Point. Zhao Yan watched expressionlessly as the shop assistant of Wanayoze stroked his monocle and sold the blood essence lotus that had just been put on the shelf to him as Huang Jinglian Point. Walking on the street, I passed by the sight of passers-by wearing monocles with expressionless faces expresslessly accepting the invitation of Muley, who was wearing a monocle. He escorted the little medical fairy to the mountains to collect medicinal materials. He killed 2 monsters that launched a sneak attack without expression. Point looking at the white circle on their right eye that looked like a monocle, he finally couldn't help but burst out, "What the hell is this? It's a ghost. I feel like this thing is haunting." Yayo. Chen didn't say a word and didn't respond. Chapter 362 Search. Amon found another map and marked the area east of Shimo City that Haybodden had discovered where there might be strange fire. Point of course, he did not use the flame mark, but drew a circle casually. Point. After receiving the instructions, Xiaoluo made every effort to personally lead people to block that generation and search everywhere with great fanfare. Point. Their behavior aroused the curiosity of other mercenary groups, and many people were dissatisfied with them. Point. After all, the Sand Mercenary group domineeringly included the roads that came and went into the blockade. If others wanted to pass from this direction, they had to go around a big circle. Point. Because it had interfered with the normal passage of the trade route, the city lord's mansion had to intervene. Point. A man wearing animal skin soft armor, who looked over 50 years old and had slightly grey temples, came to Xiaoluo's tent as a temporary residence in the blockade. Point. His name was Muley, the city lord of Shimo City, a 9-star peak great fighter. Captain. What do you mean? You blocked such a large area, making it impossible to pass normally in the east of Shimo City. I have received many complaints from caravans. Muley did not want to offend the Sand Mercenary group, the largest mercenary group in Shimo City, so his words and attitude were quite kind. I won't care too much if you block the roads for the mission, but at least make the normal road available. Otherwise it will be difficult for me to explain to them. Muley thought that Xiaoluo would give him this face, but he never thought that the other party would refuse very directly. I'm sorry, Lord Mu. This mission is very important. If something goes wrong, I can't take the responsibility. So if you want us to remove the blockade, don't mention it. Xiaoluo responded in a calm but firm tone. Do you really want to do this? Muley's tone turned slightly colder. Xiaoluo said in a low voice, the person who issued this task is a big shot that neither you nor I can afford to offend. If you are willing to bear the consequences of the mission failure, then go and tell him yourself, because there is a snake tribe not far from Shimo City. Muley has always been kind to others and united all possible forces in order to deal with the war that may come at any time. He has a good relationship with all the forces in Shimo City. Seeing Xiaoluo so serious, his face changed. Can you tell me which big shot it is? Muley asked softly. Xiaoluo shook his head. He didn't even tell me what he was looking for. Do you think I dare to say anything casually? I can only tell you that this time, my reward is that he can refine a 4th grade pill for me. Refine a 4th grade pill. Muley couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, which means that the client is at least a 4th grade alchemist in the Jama Empire, except for the Dan Kinguhi and the president of the Alchemist Union. The 4th grade is already the top. Point. A 4th grade alchemist can rank among the top in the entire Jama Empire. Point. Muley immediately stopped talking about lifting the blockade, as he didn't want to provoke an alchemist. Point. He thought for a moment and then said, can you introduce me to that alchemist? If there are not enough people, I can also send the city guards to help find it. Xiaoluo pondered for a moment, but did not directly refuse, and seemed a little hesitant. Point. The map given by Amon covered a large area, and this area was all flat sand, with nothing special to see. Point. Although he also mentioned that there were additional clues such as traces of the life of the fire spirit snake, they also did not find this, and the current search progress was 0. Xiaoluo was worried that, if he did not find the so-called place with abnormally rich fire attribute energy in the end, he would also anger Guhi and be used as a target for him to vent his anger. It seems good to have someone to help share the burden, as long as it's not the Desert Iron Mercenary group. Otherwise we have to worry that they will get the benefits and suppress the Sand Mercenary group. With this thought, He nodded slowly and said hesitantly, I will mention this to that adult. As for whether it will succeed or not, that's not my confirmation. Let him come. Amon's voice sounded from the back. Xiaoluo smiled at Mu Lei. Good luck. Seize the opportunity, Mu. Lei came to the tent in the back with a little trepidation, and was shocked when he saw the middle-aged man in the alchemist's robe. He had the honor of seeing this figure at a certain alchemist conference. Dan Kinguhi, how could such a person appear here? Is there anything in this small stone desert city that even Guhi is excited about? With such doubts, Mu Lei bowed to Amon, who was wearing Guhi's appearance. It just so happens that relying on Xiaoluo and his men alone is still too inefficient. If you can mobilize the city guards to help, it would be great. I will give you the same reward as Xiaoluo and help you refine a pill that does not exceed the 4th level or a mid-level Zuan level fighting skill. Amon said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Mu Lei seemed very excited. He has been stuck at the peak of the great fighting master for a long time. If he can get a pill to help him break through, then there is a great chance that he will step into the realm of fighting spirit. In an oasis in the desert, rows of dome-shaped houses without windows and half embedded in the ground are scattered. Snake people like shade, so this kind of semi-embedded house is very popular among ordinary residents. Among the snake people, in the center, near the water source, there is a much larger dome building that is built entirely on the surface. This is the residence of the leader of the snake tribe. You said that the humans in Shimo City have abnormal behavior. A slightly old female snakeman with a white wooden hairpin on her head was lying on a spacious stone chair. Her tone was flat. Yes, they blocked an area in the east, did not return day and night, and dug holes in the ground, as if they were looking for something. A male snakeman answered respectfully. Looking for what? The female snakeman with a white wooden hairpin raised her eyebrows. Recently, she has been a little sensitive to looking for something, because all the snakeman tribes have started to move, because of Queen Medusa's order. Do you think they are looking for the same thing as us? This? I don't know. The male snakeman shook his head. I will take people to check it out tomorrow. You guard the tribe. If I don't come back, you know what to do, right? Jiang Wu, the snakeman called Jiang Wu, scratched his head. Avenge you, stupid. Of course I will quickly notify the commander and tell her that a powerful person has come to Shimo City and is still looking for something. Oh, okay. Jiang Wu nodded. Walking out of the leader's house, a snake man with triangular eyes and a gloomy look swam over with his tail. Captain Jiang Wu. The gloomy snake man with triangular eyes greeted. What is the attitude of Chief Yan Jin, sister? Yan Jin said that she will take people to test it tomorrow. Speaking of which, you are about to break through to the Daoshi level, right? Come on. Jiang Wu encouraged, and then left. The gloomy snake man raised his right hand, pinched his right eye socket, and a smile slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. Brother, what is the city lord doing? Didn't he say that he was going to negotiate and let the people of the Sand Mercenary Group give way? Why did he join in and draw so many soldiers over? A young man wearing a mercenary uniform, with a straight and powerful posture, and a bit of fierceness in his dark eyes, asked with some confusion. His name is Xiaoli, the second leader of the Desert Iron Mercenary Group, and also Xiao Yan's second brother. The young man he called his elder brother was dressed in a white robe, with bright eyes, and a bit of cunning. This was Xiaoli and Xiao Yan's elder brother, Xiaoding, the head of the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. Xiaoding held his chin and guessed maybe there is some common interest driving them to do this, but if Shalawasin has any clues about the relics of the ancestors, he must not be willing to share. And the city lord's purpose at the beginning was just to make him give up the road. So the Sand Mercenary Group's move to block the eastern part of Shimo City is probably really because of someone's mission, just as they said, and the Lord of Mu's behavior is probably because the person who commissioned the Sand Mercenary Group has offered a price that he can't refuse. It means that the mysterious person has a great background, so the Lord of Mu has to compromise. Should we go and take a look? Maybe we can get a share. Xiaoli's face showed an eager expression. Xiaoding hesitated for a moment and was a little tempted, but still shook his head and objected. If we go there now, we will only be targeted by the city lord and Xiaoluo. Just keep a close eye on the movements over there. If we don't have enough manpower and need to continue recruiting, then let's go over there and try. In the eastern part of the Monster Mountain range, Xiao Yan and the mercenaries have encountered several waves of attacks after entering the forest. The monsters that attacked them all had a white circle on their right eye sockets without exception. Watching the mercenaries wearing crystal monocles on their right eyes fighting with the monsters with white marks that seemed to be wearing monocles, Xiao Yan seemed very confused. He thought that the monocle was a mysterious force, but the current scene overturned his guess. No matter how disharmonious the forces were, they would not fight among themselves for no reason like this in a chaos. He left the team. Secretly followed a crow with a circle of white marks on its right eye. He quickly rushed forward, subdued the crow, and pressed the poor little bird, which was not even a first level magic beast, to the ground. Tell me, what the hell are you? Xiao Yan pinched the crow's neck tightly and asked viciously. The crow turned its head, and its eyes were all blank. Just when Xiao Yan thought that he was too nervous, too sensitive to the monocle, and too suspicious, the crow's blank eyes suddenly became smart. It showed a slightly mocking look to Xiao Yan. It made a sound, and there was indescribable joy and playfulness in its voice. Although it was restrained by Xiao Yan, it seemed that it was the one who had the upper hand. Then the crow died. It turned its head too much and broke its neck. Xiao Yan's eyes were blank. Chapter 363 Discovery. In the desert area, the temperature difference between day and night is extremely large. It is extremely hot during the day, but extremely cold at night. However, even such severe cold did not dampen the enthusiasm of the members of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Amon offered a very high price to Shero, so Shero could naturally give his members generous rewards. The same is true for the city guards. Muley gave them extra money for this trip. A bright moon hung high in the sky, emitting cold moonlight, illuminating the entire Taga desert. Suddenly, a scream broke the tranquility of the night. The bright red blood spilled on the sand, and was quickly absorbed by the sand, leaving only a pool of red marks, which seemed a bit dazzling under the bright moonlight. Enemy attack. A shrill whistle sounded, and the whole camp moved. Shero rushed to the scene as soon as possible and saw Yan Jin, who was leading a group of snakemen, to launch a sneak attack. He stepped forward with an ugly face and smashed a snakeman's head with a palm, temporarily easing the offensive of the arrogant snakeman. Don't panic. This place is not far from Shimo City, and Lord Mu will bring people to support us soon. Eluosha's voice calmed down the mercenaries and city guards who were attacked by the snake people. In this search team composed of the Sand Mercenary Group and the city guard, the Sand Mercenary Group is still the leader at night. Only Eluo stayed in the camp, and Muley could not spend too much time here because of the government affairs in the city. He only sent manpower and came less often. It's not far, but can you really live until then? A cold voice sounded, as if it was right next to my ear. Eluo's face changed, and he said in a low voice, "It's you? Yan Jin, you are here too." Shimo City is not far from this snake tribe, and there have been many frictions between the two sides, so most of the strong men on both sides are familiar with each other. Yan Jin is also a strong man at the peak of the great fighting master, and is not something Eluo can fight against. You come here. Aren't you afraid that your nest will be destroyed? Eluo said coldly. The only city that is hostile to our tribe is your Shimo City. Everyone knows their own strengths. If Muley is not here, your Shimo City will not be able to be saved. Yan Jin's snake pupils revealed endless indifference and coldness. Eluo's face was ugly. His mercenaries had gathered together. The city guards were still scattered because they were not under each other's command and communication was slow. Although the current situation was very unfavorable to Eluo, the snake people did not continue to attack. Yan Jin whispered, "There is one thing I'm curious about. What are you digging? If there are any treasures, you can't take them all. Does she think that we have grasped the clues of the ancient ruins and are worried that we will benefit from it and occupy the living space of their tribe after our strength increases?" Such a thought flashed through Eluo's mind. He continued with Yan Jin's words, "Even if you find something, what? This place is so close to Shimo City. No matter what, it's not your turn to intervene." Yan Jin was in no hurry to act, and Eluo was willing to delay time. As long as they could hold on for a while, City Lord Muley would be able to arrive. Just a relic? It can't be something else, right? For example, some kind of natural treasure. No matter what it is, you don't have a share. Xiaoluo said with a bit of toughness. At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly flashed in a pit point. After swallowing a snake man alive, it quickly drilled into the ground again. Xiaoluo and Yan Jin's faces changed. The huge monster's movements just now were so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. They just vaguely felt that it should be a snake-like monster, two-headed fire spirit snake. Xiaoluo immediately thought of this auxiliary clue, and a bit of joy appeared on his face. Although he didn't see the whole appearance of the monster, judging from the strong fire attribute aura, it was definitely correct. As the two-headed fire spirit snake emerged from the ground, the surrounding fire energy suddenly became more concentrated. Yan Jin noticed the fleeting joy on Xiaoluo's face, and had some guesses in her mind. The rich fire energy, the blockade and excavation by humans, and at least a 4th level fire snake monster. These factors combined are already worth the trip for the leader of the tribe. It seems that this is the guardian of the ancient ruins you are looking for, a 4th level monster that can rival Douluo. I want to see what means you can use to deal with it. Yan Jin did not stay any longer and immediately issued an order to retreat. What she had explored today was enough. If she waited any longer, after Muley came, she would probably have to spend a lot of effort to get away. Xiaoluo did not retain her. If he wanted to entangle Yan Jin, he might be in danger of his own life, so he let her go. After the snake people left, a breath came quickly from far away. Muley looked at the miserable state of his soldiers, his face gloomy. Those damn bastards. Then he looked at Xiaoluo with some dissatisfaction. As long as I can delay a little, I can get there. Xiaoluo explained a little. I was originally planning to entangle them, but a 4th level snake-shaped monster suddenly appeared, ate a person, and returned to the underground. That monster is probably a two-headed fire spirit snake, 4th level. Snake-shaped monster? Muley closed his eyes and carefully felt the surroundings and found that the fire attribute energy was slightly higher than other areas. The anger of the soldiers who were attacked by snake people and the casualties disappeared at this moment, leaving only joy and excitement. Is this the target that Lord Gu wants us to find? Xiaoluo nodded. It should be. There may be some fire attributed treasures in it. That fire spirit snake is probably the guardian beast of the treasures. Lei looked at Xiaoluo, who seemed to have some bold ideas, and said with a warning, don't have any other ideas. We just report everything to Lord Guhi and get the reward he promised. Xiaoluo shook his head and smiled. How dare I have other ideas? I was just thinking, what on earth can make Lord Guhi so excited? He looked at the pit where the two-headed fire spirit snake emerged and disappeared, and muttered to himself, fire attributed treasures. Yan Jin led his snakemen to the direction of the tribe. Because they were worried that Muley would bring people to catch up, they ran all the way. The snakemen stopped, and a black and white wolf-shaped monster stood in front of them, blocking their way. The wolf had a white circle on its right eye, and his eyes revealed a bit of ferocity and wisdom. Yan Jin didn't recognize the monster, but instinctively felt that it was dangerous. Be careful. I think it's a little bit unusual. Snake people, since you're here, don't leave. There are some information that you can't take back. Moonwolf spoke human language. Yan Jin's face changed drastically. The monsters that can speak human language, except for extremely rare special races, must be at least level 5. Awoo. Moonwolf let out a wolf howl at the sky, and the momentum of a level 5 monster was undoubtedly revealed. Run. Yan Jin gave the order decisively. But with the huge gap in strength, they had no way to escape. Moonwolf flew into the sky. Silver light lit up in its mouth, and countless silver white light blades poured out. The light blades flew towards the snake people with unstoppable power, and the snake people were cut into 2 sections one by one. Only Yan Jin was strong enough to block the attack, but one of his arms was also cut off. She looked at Yulang, who was walking towards her slowly. A trace of despair flashed in her eyes. She stared at Yulang and said hatefully, just wait for me, your majesty. I will make you pay the price. TSK, I can't let you go back alive, just because I don't want to face Queen Medusa for the time being. thin young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat appeared behind Yulang. He raised his right hand and stroked his monocle. His eyes looked a little deep. In the snake tribe, Jiang Wu looked at the direction of Shimo City with a little worry, and he had a vague premonition in his heart. Captain Jiang Wu, it's so late, and you're not going to bed. Are you worried about the leader? A gloomy snake man walked over. He just pinched his eye socket with his right hand and slowly let it go, with an inexplicable glow in his eyes. Well, I always feel that this time it might not go smoothly. Really? I think it will go quite smoothly. His tone became a little strange. With a bit of evil. Jiang Wu realized his abnormality, and his eyes were slightly solemn. He stared at the Yanai snakeman and saw him suddenly raise his head. A star-like, pure light suddenly lit up, and he seemed to see the boundless starry sky from those eyes. A stream of light sank into Jiang Wu's body. Jiang Wu's face changed, and he slapped the Yanai snakeman without hesitation, smashing his head like a watermelon. Then he began to look inward, trying to find the stream of light that sank into his body. But it seemed useless. The spirit worm had already merged into his body. So Jiang Wu, with the mentality of trying his best, circulated the Dao Qi in his body, making the Dao Qi more violent. His response was actually correct. If the parasitic spirit worm's own body was not strong enough, it would be washed away by the host's violent Dao Qi and I. But what Amon left behind was a spirit worm close to the 4th level. Such a small trick was useless, and Jiang Wu's Dao Qi was not strong enough. In a trance, Jiang Wu seemed to see a transparent illusory figure like a python entangled with himself. His consciousness fell into darkness. After completing the deep parasitism, Jiang Wu's image Amon pinched his eye sockets and whispered to himself, "How can I let you report the news? I still need to make some attempts. Don't worry, the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire will be sent to your queen, but not now, Zhao." Yan looked expressionlessly at Muley, the young leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, who suddenly showed hostility to him, with a cold look in his eyes. "What do you mean, Mu?" Li pinched his monocle and chuckled and said, "Of course it's because of Zhao Yixin. I don't allow other men to get close to her. This is just an excuse." In the original book, Zhao Yixin and Zhao Yan found the cliff cave with treasures by accident. Such opportunities are the easiest to miss for some reasons. They didn't find it now, so Amon decided to create some accidents for them. The flying fighting skills are still very helpful to Zhao Yan. Chapter 364, Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Master Gu, this is the place. When the snakeman attacked, the snake-shaped monster came out from here, at the entrance of the pit. Xiaoluo explained to Amon, who looked like Gu. Although he was basically sure that it was the two-headed fire spirit snake he was looking for, Xiaoluo did not express his subjective judgment, but stated the fact subjectively, because most of the attention was on Yan Jin, the leader of the snakeman's tribe, and the beast suddenly appeared and disappeared quickly. I didn't see its appearance clearly, but its aura was terrible. At least it had the strength of a fighting spirit. After that, the enrichment of the fire attribute energy here increased slightly. Amon smiled and nodded. "Very good. This should be the place I'm looking for. You guys retreat first. I'll go down alone to confirm it." Yes. Even though Xiaoluo was very curious about what the treasure inside was, he didn't dare to show it at all. The pit is divided into 2 parts. The shallow layer close to the surface was dug out by the people of the Sand Mercenary group, and the deeper part was dug out by the two-headed fire spirit snake. Stepping on the warm sand, Amon walked slowly down. Although there was sand all around, the passage was surprisingly solid and showed no signs of collapse. The light in the pit quickly weakened, and Amon took out a moonstone for lighting. The further down he went, the higher the temperature in the passage became, even higher than the desert surface. After being exposed to the scorching sun at noon, a thin layer of fighting spirit gauze blocked the influence of the high temperature, and Amon came to a fork in the road. The soul power spread out, and Amon stopped briefly, judged, and chose a hotter passage to continue forward. Passing through the long and narrow tunnel, he came to an open place. A red world came into his eyes. Above his head was a rock wall with a hint of red in the black, and in front was a calm lava lake. A crow flew from the dark passage behind and landed on Amon's shoulder, exuding the breath of magic beast. It controlled its momentum and stayed at the initial stage of a 4th level magic beast. The two-headed fire snake sensed the movement above, and a cold look appeared in its snake eyes. It rushed up suddenly, opened its mouth and bit Amon. The moment it appeared, the crow with red eyes and white eye circles flew out, its body suddenly became larger, and its breath was exuded without concealment. The two-headed fire snake that was ejected showed fear in its eyes. Realizing that it was reckless, the sharp claws of the huge crow in the air pierced the red scales of the two-headed fire snake and lifted it into the air. The two-headed fire snake struggled hard, turned its head, and sprayed a flame. The crow released its claws and dodged. The fire snake fell down, and a hint of joy appeared in its eyes. As long as it re-entered the magma, it could escape. But when it was about to touch the magma, it felt a pain in its body again. Looking back, the crow had caught it again. The bird's beak pecked down, leaving a huge wound on the two-headed fire snake. The two-headed fire snake let out a silent hiss. The corpse-dance crow placed the severely injured two-headed fire snake in front of Amon. The lantern-sized snake pupils met Amon's deep star-like eyes. The bright starlight lit up, and a meteor-like beam flowed out of Amon's body and instantly merged into the wound of the two-headed fire snake. The two-headed fire snake's eyes also carried a trace of starlight. The spirit worm squirmed to fill the wound on its body. Amon had no intention of giving it further treatment, as long as it could move in a short period of time. Anyway, this host was just a consumable, a tool for finding the Azure Lotus Earth core fire. Unable to read the news of the strange fire from the soul of the two-headed fire snake, Amon had to control it to enter the magma and search for it himself. After parasitism, Amon could synchronously perceive all the sensory experiences of the host. With the fire snake's keen perception of temperature, it controlled this body to swim in a hotter direction. In this fiery red world, there seemed to be no other creatures, and time and distance seemed to be deprived. The connection between Amon's body and the spirit insect clone that controlled the two-headed fire spirit snake became weaker and weaker, and began to become intermittent. At a certain moment, this connection was completely broken. Amon's body, who remained in the cave, opened his eyes. He raised his hand and pinched his monocle. He did not leave, but sat cross-legged on the ground and waited quietly. The two-headed fire spirit snake dived deeper and deeper, and the soul power emitted by Amon sensed an extremely hot and violent force in front. The magma began to turn green, and the temperature suddenly increased. Even the body of the two-headed fire spirit snake, a strange beast that feeds on magma, felt a burst of heat. The proportion of green color became more and more, covering the fiery red color of the magma. After a while, green occupied the field of vision. The two-headed fire spirit snake stopped, and a green lotus-shaped flame was burning quietly in front. The Azure Lotus Earth core fire, ranked 19th on the list of strange fires, was born deep in the earth. It took 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to take shape, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. It represents the power of the earth, and has the ability to trigger volcanic eruptions. It did not move forward, because the temperature here was already too high for the two-headed fire spirit snake to bear. If it got closer, it would be injured. After noting the location of the Azure Lotus Earth core fire, the two-headed fire spirit snake turned and swam upwards. After the spiritual connection with the main body was reconnected, it stopped and did not return to the ground, but cultivated in the magma. After receiving the message from the spirit insect, Amon, who maintained the appearance of Furukawa, stood up and showed a smile. Two figures quickly approached Mochan from the air. The fighting spirit wings behind them showed that they were at least as good as a fighting king. Old sect master, where are we going now? Isn't this the direction to the snake tribe temple city? Ko, who was shrouded in a black robe and even his face was obscured by the wide and deep hood, asked Yan Jin beside him. Yan Jin smiled and replied, let's meet two old friends first. They happen to need to go to Queen Medusa for some things, so we happen to go there together, and our safety is more guaranteed. In Mochim. After days of hard work, the spirit insects finally broke the seal left by Queen Medusa, and majestic power surged out of Haebodong's body. The aura belonging to Douluo exuded without reservation, and enveloped the sky above Mochim, making the people in the city feel terrified. They all speculated on the identity of the strong man and the reason why he released his breath here. Could it be some idiot who offended that fighting emperor? With this idea, many people secretly stayed away to avoid being affected by the fish pond. But they weren't too far away. People like to watch the fun. Haebodong once again became the Ice King who was once famous in the Gamma Empire, but now Haebodong has something extra in his right eye. Yan Jin and Gu, who were still some distance away from Mochim, both felt the aura. Furukawa looked shocked, but then he felt normal. After all, how could someone who could be called an old friend by Yan Jin be an ordinary person? A smile appeared on Yan Jin's face. Originally, we planned to walk the last part of the way to keep it secret, but since the old guy has made such a noise, we don't have to think so much and just go there. As he spoke, Yan Jin slightly increased his speed. Furukawa followed closely behind, and he felt a little more confident. With two powerful Douluo warriors escorting him, even if he took out the transformation pill in front of Medusa, he didn't have to worry about her snatching it away. Over the desert city, Haebodong, wearing an ice blue robe, was floating quietly, his pair of ice crystal shaped wings reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight. Yan Jin and Furukawa came in front of him one after another, and stopped. 3 Astonishing momentums were entrenched in the sky above the small desert city. Oh my god, there are actually 2 more powerful men whose fighting spirit has transformed into wings. What do they want to do? People were talking a lot. Ha ha ha. You old guy really broke through the seal on your own. Yan Jin laughed and came to Haebodong. Haha, it's good to have saved a life. But you actually came out to do some activities. I thought you had died on the way to that realm. Haebodong responded. You're not dead yet. How could I die so easily? Yan Jin chuckled. Let's stop reminiscing about old times. Haebodong looked at Furukawa and said softly, I guess you are the Dan King. Furukawa. Has Yan Jin told you about me? Ko frowned slightly, with a questioning look in his eyes. It doesn't seem to be mentioned, so let me explain briefly. My name is Haebodong. I have fought against Queen Medusa before, and was sealed by her. Now the seal has just been broken, but there are still residues of the seal. So I want to find it. I made a deal with Queen Medusa to pay some price and ask her to help me lift it. Haebodong explained. Haebodong's name surprised Furukawa slightly. To him, this name was also thunderous. Before he rose to power, Haebodong was already a famous and powerful man in the Gamma Empire. Yan Jin took over. Furu and I also went to find Queen Medusa to make a deal. But we agreed first that no matter which party's deal is concluded, the other party must serve as a witness and provide him with protection. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, we will enter together Snake Man Holy City, come back together. He looked at Furukawa, who nodded slightly. I have no objection. Then, let's set off. Even our bodies can't bear the long journey, and we still have to face Medusa. Before heading to the Snake Tribe Temple City, we will rest for a day in the nearest stone desert city. Most familiar. Haebodong from Tagore Desert suggested. Okay. Yan Jin nodded in agreement. Furukawa has no problem. Although he is looking forward to the strange fire, he also notes that this matter cannot be rushed. Facing the notorious Queen Medusa, no matter how cautious you are on this kind of issue, it is better to listen more. It's better to listen to the opinions of the old timers. When Furukawa didn't notice, Yan Jin and Haebodong looked at each other and both showed weird smiles. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 The True and False Dunking. Yan Jin, Haebodong and Gu galloped all the way and soon arrived at Shimo City. They discovered the blocked area in the eastern area of Stone Desert City in the sky. What are those people doing? Yan Jin asked aloud. Haebodong replied, it seems like I'm digging some ancient ruins. Beneath the entire Tagore Desert, it seems to be a huge ancient battlefield. Some interesting things can often be dug out from under the desert. I was from obtaining that from a ruins will lead to the pursuit of Medusa. By the way, when I explored the Tagore Desert before, I did find 3 areas where strange fires might exist. This is one of them. As he spoke, he looked at Yan Jin. Although I'm not sure where you learned that Queen Medusa obtained the information about the strange fire, but if it is true, then she probably got it from somewhere in these 3 areas obtained. Yan Jin speculated, could it be that Queen Medusa came here and took away the strange fire? Due to her actions, the remains of the predecessors that originally contained the strange fire were exposed, so the mercenaries dug here. Haebadong shook his head. If that's true, then I'll be at a big loss. After all, I was so close to the strange fire. Yan Jin smiled. Anyway, I wanted to rest in this stone desert city and have nothing to do. Why don't you go and have a look? He seemed to want to see Haebadong look regretful. Go and have a look. Don't you just want to see my joke? Haebadong said with a smile. The 2 of them sang and sang together. To finalize the matter, Furukawa is also very interested in this area that may have preserved strange fires. Of course, he also practices fire attribute techniques. Although after some time, the intensity of the fire attribute energy here has become consistent with the surrounding area. Furukawa's strong perception and keen insight into energy as a 6th grade alchemist. He still noticed that the fire attribute energy here was slightly more active than other places. The 3 of them fell down, causing some commotion among the mercenaries. Lord Furukawa. Some mercenaries greeted him with a familiarity. Makoto Furukawa is a little confused. Am I familiar with them? Why do they come up to each other and say hello to me? Huh? Master Furukawa, when did you come up? A mercenary who was responsible for helping guard the entrance of the cave looked at Furukawa with a puzzled face. He had just finished his shift and did not see Furukawa walk out of the cave. Furukawa noticed something unusual and raised his eyebrows. Have you seen me before? The mercenary was stunned for a moment, then showed a flattering smile. When the captain accompanied you to the cave in trance, I was guarding outside. Furukawa, Yan Jin and Haebadong looked at each other and said through a message, I suspect someone is impersonating me. Haha, then this person is really unlucky, and he happened to be caught by the real owner. Are we going to meet the fake Furukawa? Haebadong said with a smile on his face. A hint of anger appeared on Guhi's face. For any alchemist, being impersonated is a great offense. This will make others doubt his alchemy skills and affect his credibility. HMPH. I want to see who is so bold and dares to impersonate me. The conversations between the 3 of them were all completed through sound transmission. The mercenary was still smiling, waiting for Furukawa's instructions. Take me to the entrance of the cave. Ko said calmly. Although he had some doubts in his heart and felt that something was wrong with this Furukawa, he still nodded immediately. Please come with me. Furukawa, Yan Jin, and Haebadong followed the mercenaries to the entrance of the cave. The 2 mercenaries guarding the door saluted with doubts on their faces. The 3 of them walked in and saw the mercenary stopping at the entrance consciously. Haebadong said softly, it seems that the person pretending to be you also has some tricks. It is not easy to make these greedy mercenaries be so obedient in front of the treasure. If that person doesn't have any confidence, he wouldn't dare pretend to be me. Ko said with a bit of pride. The further he went down, the more surprised Furukawa felt. The fire attribute energy was almost so rich that it almost allowed his skills to operate autonomously. For those who practice fire skills, if they practice here, they will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. He murmured to himself, maybe there really may have been strange fires here. Then, he saw that Haebadong's expression seemed to be even more bitter. After walking through the long passage and coming to an open area, he saw an ancient river standing on the edge of the Magna Lake, staring ahead. Seeing the face that was exactly like his own, Furukawa raised his eyebrows and asked, who are you? How dare you pretend to be me, fake? Who am I pretending to be? Amon pinched the crystal monocle with a weird smile on his lips. HMPH, I'm standing in front of you. Why don't you admit it? Furukawa's tone was a little lower. You are fake. I'm real. Amon said in a very determined tone. Haha, it's really ridiculous that someone is pretending to be him in front of me. I guess you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, right? Fighting energy surged from Furukawa's body, and his aura as a fighting king was released without reservation. The terrifying aura was transmitted to the outside world along the underground passage, making the mercenaries guarding the entrance feel trembling. They ran away almost without thinking. After running a certain distance, one of them went to inform Shero of the change, while the other stared at the entrance of the cave from a distance, looking nervous in the crypt. Haybodem took a step forward and said with a smile, "Why does Master Furukawa need to personally take care of such a small matter? Just leave it to me." Furukawa nodded and accepted Haybodem's overtures. "Then I'll trouble Mr. Yanshin's fighting spirit was also circulating, and the terrifying aura of Daohuang's peak filled the cave. When Furukawa saw that the fake Furukawa on the opposite side was still facing two fighting emperors without changing his expression, he couldn't help but frowned and said to Yanshin, "Old sect master, be careful. This guy gives me a very uncomfortable feeling." "I understand." Yanshin nodded calmly. The ultimate wind death, Yanshin, was the first to take action, and once he took action, he used the most powerful single-point sniping skill. A white ray burst out from his fingertips and instantly penetrated the defenseless Furukawa's chest. When the pain from the wound came, Furukawa turned around in disbelief and stared blankly at Yanshin, whose eyes were cold. "Old sect master." At this time, Haybodem's attack also came. Black ice spear. The spear made of ice shot through Guhi's abdomen. The cold air froze his body, making it difficult for him to move his fighting energy. "I said, I'm the real Furukawa. You are fake. See, even the Yanshin sect master thinks so. What's more, if I kill you, the fake can become real." Amon chuckled, raised his right hand, and touched the bottom edge of the monocle with his index finger. Yanshin and Haybodem simultaneously took out a crystal monocle from the ring, raised the corners of their mouths, and showed exactly the same smile. Furukawa's pupils shrank, and a great sense of absurdity and unreality emerged in his heart. Something controlled Yanshin, a strong man at the peak of Daohuang, and controlled the Ice Emperor Haybodem. How is this possible? Is the strange fire fake? Your target has been me from the beginning. Yanshin raised and lowered his palms, smashed Furukawa's head, and pulled out a somewhat illusory Furukawa from his body. The bright starlight lit up from the monocle, worn on Amon's right eye, and a translucent worm with 12 links and a star-like color flew out, submerged into Guhi's soul, and merged with it. After confirming that the other party had no ability to resist, Amon calmly said, "The strange fire is real. And the target is indeed you. To be precise, it is the transformation pill you exchanged for it." Amon answered Furukawa's doubts with a smile. He bent down and took off the Nagi from Guhi's body, reached into it with his spiritual power, and took out an exquisite jade box from inside. "If it weren't for you, I would still have some trouble getting this thing. Thank you for your hard work. I will accept this transformation pill. I will not forget your contribution." "Well, Yan is very good. How about I just use your appearance to marry her? Sect leader Yanshin will probably be very supportive." Amon smiled evilly. Guhi's soul fluctuated and became a little unstable. Dalki continent doesn't have that life and death style of love, and mentioning Yan in front of Furukawa only made his emotions more intense. What really made Furukawa break his defense was this trap. He worked so hard to change the transformation pill, but he didn't expect that he would end up making a wedding dress for someone else, and even lose his life. Amon meant to mention at the end that these were not just bad jokes, but also one of the purposes of stimulating Furukawa's emotions. His overall strength is close to the limit, parasitizing Yanshin and Haybodem, and he still has to maintain some of the rest of his layout. The share of spiritual insects needed to parasitize Furukawa's soul body was no less than that needed to parasitize Yanshin. He also needed to reserve a certain share for other arrangements, and was unable to bear such a burden. Therefore, he planned to just integrate the time insect into the opponent's body like a parasitic drug dust, so as to achieve the initial impact without perfect control. It is easier for a Furukawa who is emotionally out of control and has an unstable soul to be parasitized. Yanshin put Guhi's soul into a bag specially used to store souls obtained from the guardian bird. He looked at Amon's body and asked softly, "What to do next?" Amon smiled and responded, "Furu has made full preparations for absorbing the strange fire, and the corresponding materials are available. This cannot be wasted. Go and absorb the Kinglian earth core fire, Strange. Fire. Me. Yan Jin pointed at himself, with confusion on his face. Of course, why should I do such a dangerous thing? Amon asked naturally. He looked at Haebodong and continued. Haebodong's fighting spirit attribute does not match King Lian's earth heart fire, and his strength is not as strong as yours, and his success rate is not as high as yours. Yan Jin clicked his tongue and pinched his monocle helplessly. Chapter 366, Refining the Strange Fire. Yan Jin and Haebodong, led by the two-headed fire spirit snake, came to the area where the Kinglian Earth core fire was located. A green halo filled their eyes, and they all used fighting energy to protect their bodies and isolate themselves from the harm caused by the high temperature outside. In the center of this cyan light is a lotus flower. In the center of the lotus platform, the green lotus heart fire, which is small but contains terrifying power, beats quietly. Under the lotus, there are rhizomes. The huge and dense roots are frantically absorbing the energy in the center of the earth, inputting it into the lotus platform, refining it and then handing it over to the flames in the middle for absorption. There are also tricks to collect strange fire. If you use the right method, you can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. If you forcibly remove the flame in the center of the lotus platform, you will inevitably face its crazy counterattack. Although with Yan Jin's strength, it would not be a problem to forcefully take this strange fire away, but he himself would also be severely damaged. The correct approach should be to use pure jade to separate the green lotus from its roots and take away the green lotus platform and the strange fire in the middle. Although this method will still be attacked by strange fire, the intensity will be much smaller. The green lotus that breeds strange fire is a rare thing in the world. It will melt when touched by iron. If you want to divide it, you need to use the purest jade. Koga didn't know that the strange fire was King Lian's inner fire and thought it was in Medusa's hands, so he didn't prepare any picking tools. But Amon knows it, so there will naturally be no shortage of corresponding tools. Yan Jin took out a long jade sword from Neji and approached the connection between the green lotus and the root. During this process, King Lian seemed to sense the danger. The flames jumped violently and burned even more fiercely. But after all, it didn't have too much wisdom, so it didn't respond in advance. After Yan Jin approached, he quickly cut off the green rhizome with his jade sword. After being attacked, King Lian's earth core fire immediately fought back, and terrifying high temperatures burst out. The cyan flames, which were originally the size of a fist, immediately expanded and enveloped a large area in an instant. Haebodong on the side reacted immediately, and the majestic ice fighting energy spurted out, lowering the surrounding temperature and stagnating with the strange fire, wind, binding. Yan Jin's fighting spirit turned into tiny wind ropes, wrapping around the green lotus platform, supporting it to move upward. When King Lian was a certain distance away from the rhizome, the riot of strange fire stopped, and the expanding flame shrank back, turning back into a fist-sized, quietly burning flame. The cloud mountain holds the green lotus and moves upward together with the strange fire in it. Amon's true body saw Yan Jin coming up with the strange fire, and said with a smile, "Let's find a place to absorb it. This place is underground, next to the magma. King Lian's core fire can exert more terrifying power with the help of the earth. It is not a good place to refine and absorb it." Afterwards, Amon left the crypt and drove away all the mercenaries and soldiers above. Yan Jin brought King Lian to the ground and flew into the sky, with Haebodong guarding him. Amon released the moon wolf, cloud tiger, and corpse dance crow, and stood guard in all directions. They rushed towards the edge of the Tagore desert. After flying for most of a day, they finally arrived at the least populated area. The scorching sun in the sky gradually sinks, yellow turf gradually appears on the uniform sand, and the outline of a majestic mountain appears in the distance ahead. The corpse dancing crow flapped its wings and flew straight towards the mountains. Yulang and Yan Hu followed closely, and then came Amon's true form. Yan Jin and Haebodong are further behind. After flying for so long, even the Dao Huang's body was a little tired, and the fighting spirit in his body was missing a lot. Amon's physical condition is still intact, and he carries many spiritual insects. They have the same source of fighting energy as the main body, and Amon can transfer their fighting energy to the main body with almost no loss, replenishing the consumption point. The Amons landed on the top of the mountain, the farthest place from the earth point. Yan Jin and Haberdong activated their skills and began to restore their fighting spirit. Corpse Dancer Crow, Yunhu, and Moon Wolf observed their surroundings vigilantly. Amon stood not far away from Yan Jin, nor close to it. He was worried that King Lian's inner fire would suddenly riot and hurt him. After about 10 minutes of meditation and recovery, Yan Jin's fighting spirit was replenished. After resting for more than half an hour, the mental fatigue was relieved, and the condition was back to its best. Looking at the flames on the green lotus seat, Amon smiled and said, "It's almost time to start." Yan Jin nodded and took out all the things needed to absorb the strange fire. A blood-colored elixir blood lotus pill as big as a dragon's eye. A bottle of bingling cold spring exuding bursts of chill. After taking out these two things, he flicked his fingers again, and a grey light flashed from his fingertips and landed on a smooth stone in front of Yan Jin. What was wrapped in the light was a grey stone about the size of a thumb. It was as smooth as jade, without any flaws. In the center of the stone, there was a light blue light squirming like an insect. This strange stone is Nelling, and it is also the most precious and rarest thing needed to absorb the strange fire. It is only possible to dig it out from high-level stone. Yan Jin will be absorbed into the body and controlled to stay in its own cyclone. He took a deep breath and drank the blood lotus pill. The potion melted away, and a layer of blood-colored cuticles enveloped his entire body like armor. At this moment, Yan Jin looked like a bloody man, and his appearance was quite terrifying. Without hesitation, he immediately reached out to grab the azure lotus earth core fire on the lotus platform. The strange fire was extremely resistant to leaving the lotus platform, and immediately burst out with terrifying energy. The wanton burning flames melted the surrounding ground into magma. Yan Jin used Dao Qi to protect himself. His Dao Qi was strong enough and powerful enough that he could temporarily resist the high temperature of the strange fire with Dao Qi alone. For a while, the blood-colored stratum corneum transformed by the blood lotus pill was of no use at all. He passed through the blazing flames and accurately grabbed the strand of the original fire. He looked at the jumping fire and swallowed it immediately. He ran the technique and let the azure lotus earth core fire flow through the meridians along the path of the technique. The flames had now turned into blue magma, constantly burning the surrounding meridians. Even with Yan Jin's Dao Qi, he could not perfectly protect the meridians from being burned by this terrible high temperature. At this time, the effect of the blood lotus pill was reflected. The blood-colored stratum corneum it transformed not only existed on the body surface, but also had a layer in the meridians. After being offset by Dao Qi, the destructive power of the azure lotus earth core fire had been greatly reduced, and the remaining power eroded the blood-colored stratum corneum at a very slow speed. The process of absorbing the strange fire was very smooth. When the strange fire was refined and absorbed and pressed into the Nelling, there was even a little blood-colored stratum corneum left that had not been consumed, and the ice spirit cold spring was not used. It was not surprising that such a situation would occur. When Zhao Yan absorbed the azure lotus earth core fire, he was just a small Dao master, so he survived a narrow escape. Yan Jin was a Dao Huan peak strongman, and naturally there was no such great danger when he was well prepared. The blue flame in Yan Jin's hand leaped like an elf. Without being swallowed by the burning decision, the azure lotus earth core fire retained its original power, and even Yan Jin's combat power was greatly increased. He sighed lightly. It was a pity that, although he had worked hard to refine the strange fire, it was not his turn to use it after all. As a clone, it is just a tool used by the main body to filter out dangers. It seems to be going well. Amon raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and smiled. Then, let's move on to the next step. The crystal ground monocle suddenly lit up with pure brilliance, and a beam of star-like color rushed out and sank into the small source of the strange fire. The refined strange fire was completely defenseless against Amon, its master, and its intelligence was not high enough to have a different heart and turn against its master. The strange fire can also be regarded as a special kind of creature. They also have a body and a soul. In the mysticism of the mysterious world, the parts outside the human body are divided into 4 layers, and in Dupo, there are also roughly corresponding things. The innermost and most core is the spiritual body, which is almost equivalent to the concept of spirit. Corresponding to the soul origin Indupo point, the star spirit body is located on the outer layer of the spiritual body, which is the latter's manifestation in reality in the spiritual world, and is closely related to the person's own will and current emotions. The star spirit body is roughly equivalent to the soul Indupo point. Outside the star body is a mind body, from which the spirit and the flesh are combined. It can be simply understood as the brain on the human body point. The outermost etheric body can be roughly regarded as a human body point. In addition to these 4 layers, there is also the most special and essential will. In the mystery, it is a field that can only be touched by the old days. The revival of will in other people's bodies is a signature feature of the old days, and in Indupo, it can be regarded as a spiritual imprint, and a soul imprint point's different fire is different from humans. Its soul origin and the origin of different fire are almost integrated, and the soul energy is contained in the energy of different fire point. If humans are regarded as a 4-layer structure, then different fire is a 2-layer structure point. Amon's parasitism is parasitic on the body and soul. What he can touch is the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers, but he cannot parasitize on the soul origin point, so he himself is not sure what will happen if he tries to parasitize different fire point. The light that rushed towards the origin of the alien fire turned into a translucent worm with 12 links and emitting star-like colors. The spirit worm that activated the parasitism ability and tried to parasitize the alien fire underwent a strange transformation, and its existence form became similar to the alien fire point. The soul origin, the body's nervous system, and life energy were condensed into one concept, while the soul and body were condensed into another concept. They were respectively integrated into the origin of the alien fire and the outer layer of the alien fire energy point. Feeling the changes in the clone, Amon showed an interested expression point. He slowly said, "Interesting." Chapter 367. First hearing of. In the Warcraft Mountains, Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor were chased and intercepted by the wolf-head mercenary group, scurrying around the mountains and forests like headless flies. "Why are you dragging me along? You are obviously the one Muley wants to deal with." The little medical fairy lay on Xiao Yan's back, looking quite helpless. What do you think will happen to you if I don't take you away at this time? Muley clearly wants you, and he can't refuse. Xiao Yan sneered. "He's not like that. He's always behaved before." Intuition told the little medical fairy that Muley had no interest in her at all. HMPH, if you don't believe it, you can go back and try. Anyway, I don't want to bring you as a burden. Xiao Yan snorted coldly, feeling depressed about this unreasonable disaster. Isn't it just because he is familiar with medicinal herbs that he has a little more communication with the little medical fairy? Isn't it just that his conversation is quite humorous and he often makes the little doctor laugh during the communication? Wasn't it just that during a monster attack, a hero came to save the beauty before Muley? He and the little medical fairy were really just ordinary friends. So why did they pursue him so violently? A trace of panic flashed in the little medical fairy's eyes. "You took me away, but you can't leave me alone now." If she could still have a fight with Mulixu before being dragged away by Xiao Yan, but now that the other party has taken off his mask, going back will really be a trap point. The two were chased and fled to the cliff above the cave point. At this time, the wolf-head mercenary group has not yet locked the location of the two men, but is constantly shrinking the encirclement point. Listening to the approaching voice, a trace of cruelty flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. "Damn it, let's fight." At this moment, Yao Chen said, "Haha, you are so lucky. There is a cave directly below. You may be able to go down and hide." "Really, teacher?" Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with joy. "Come down," he said to the little medical fairy behind him. It's over. It's a dead end." The little medical fairy thought about whether to jump directly from here, and I point at least this can avoid the bad luck of being ravaged by others. After the little medical fairy got off Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Yan suddenly hugged her waist point. The willow waist that Ying held was very soft, but Xiao Yan was not in the mood to feel this charm at the moment. There are many raised rocks, vines, and trees on the cliff that can be used for strength, but it is still a big challenge for him to lead a person down. "Let's dance together." The little medical fairy was stunned. I was worried that I would suffer unspeakable humiliation after being captured alive, so I thought of jumping off a cliff. You, a grown man, don't have to worry about this. Don't you have the courage to fight to the death? She didn't say this out loud, but she felt a little more contempt for Xiao Yan in her heart. Stupid woman, shut up and hurry up. Xiao Yan cursed in a low voice. Then he jumped. A crow with a white circle on its right eye watched this scene and transmitted the picture to Muley through spiritual connection. Muley pinched his monocle. A look of relief appeared on his face. He whispered to himself, phew, but we finally drove him to the designated location. It was not easy. Xiao Yan led the little medical fairy down the stone wall. Feeling the emptiness under her feet, the little medical fairy couldn't help but scream, shut up, do you want us both to fall and die? The little medical fairy closed her mouth and held Xiao Yan's hands tighter. It wasn't until she felt the ground beneath her feet that she realized that Xiao Yan didn't want to commit suicide, but found a way to survive. The two of them walked towards the cave together. Xiao Yan harvested an ice spirit flame grass, a flying fighting skill eagle wings, and a Zuan level advanced fighting skill crazy lion's roar. There is also a map that looks very new. Even the ink has only recently dried. This is a map of Tagore Desert. Not far from Stone Desert City, there is a lotus-shaped icon. The entire map is neat and clear, but a few large characters ruin the seriousness of the map. But these big characters are what Xiao Yan cannot ignore the most. I saw the 5 characters Kingly and Earth Core Fire written on it, and then pointed an arrow at the flame icon to the east of Stone Desert City. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank, and he asked in his heart, teacher, this is Yao. Chen gave an affirmative answer. Yes, this is a map indicating the location of the strange fire. But his tone seemed a little tangled. This doesn't look like a serious legacy from our predecessors. It feels more like a prank. Xiao Yan suddenly said, teacher, there are words on the back. He turned the map over and saw the writing on the back. Young man who is pursuing the strange fire. I took away the original remnant picture of the pure lotus demonic fire. That strange fire is too strong, and you cannot control it. This is the Kinglian Earth Heart fire that I don't want anymore. I put it there. If you want it, go and take it away. Amon. There is also an avatar sketched with a simple pen at the back. The avatar is wearing a pointed soft hat, a monocle on the right eye, the mouth is wide open, and the smile is unusually cheerful. The monocle on the simple drawing made Xiao Yan's pupils shrink. He chewed the name Amon in his heart and engraved it deeply in his heart. He had a hunch that the ubiquitous monocle seemed to be related to this mysterious figure named Amon. TSK. It looks more like a prank, but maybe it's an old monster from the game world. Yao Chen said with a hint of speculation in his tone. Teacher, haven't you noticed? Xiao Yan said in a low tone. Did you notice anything? Yao Chen was stunned. Monocle, this guy has a monocle. Xiao Yan said with some urgency. Yao Chen was silent for a long time, and then asked with some confusion, what's wrong with the monocle? A chill suddenly rose from his spine and went straight to Xiao Yan's forehead. Teacher, didn't you say before that you didn't have the habit of wearing a monocle before? Did you wear it after encountering the influence of some strange creature? Have you noticed that you are becoming less and less sensitive to the monocle thing, and you have even become accustomed to it? Well, it seems like this reason tells me that there are some problems here, but I will subconsciously and instinctively ignore it. I seem to have become a little unlike me. Yao Chen sighed faintly. The little medical fairy came back from the cave in trance and interrupted the exchange between the two. It's still a little unsafe here. I've asked Xiao Lan to pick us up. Let's leave together. Huh? What's wrong with you? She noticed that Xiao Yan's face looked a little ugly. Nothing. Let's go. Xiao Yan said perfunctorily. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw a huge blue eagle, and his body suddenly froze. The blue eagle is using its right eye with a white circle, tilting its head to look at itself sideways. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked the little medical fairy, does your blue eagle originally have a white circle on your right eye? The little medical fairy was stunned by the question he asked, and responded, I didn't pay much attention to it, but it should be there. It was there when I first rescued it a few years ago. That's Zio. Yan eliminated in his mind the speculation that the monocle force was secretly monitoring him. After all, it would not have been monitoring him, since a few years ago in Kingshan Town. At that time, even he didn't know that he was. Will I ever go to Kingshan Town in this life? But what the hell is this thing? The purpose is unknown, the source is unknown, and the identity is unknown. He even doubts that he is too sensitive. These monocles are just a coincidence, and the mysterious existence behind them is his own imagination. Could it be that this is a normal phenomenon in Daoki continent, and the strange creatures the teacher mentioned were playing tricks on me? Zio Yan began to doubt himself, and Yaochan, Amon used spiritual insects to parasitize the strange fire point. He discovered that this parasitism was different from previous parasitisms. Previous parasitisms did not involve the origin of the soul, but this time, this parasitism blended the soul origin of the spirit insect with the soul origin of the alien fire point. The soul of Kinglian Earth Heart Fire is innate, and contains almost no self-awareness. After being mixed with the spirit insect, it has minimal impact on the spirit insect's consciousness. This spiritual worm became the spirit of strange fire. Amon raised his right hand, and touched the bottom edge of his monocle with his index finger. He looked at the spirit insect that had almost completely merged with Kinglian's inner fire with interest, and the corners of his mouth slowly tilted back. Get up and outline your smile. Well, this is really interesting. Let's call you King Meng. You try to see if you can practice Fenju. King Meng nodded, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to practice Fenju point. Amon knew how to complete Burnju. During the years when Yao Chen was sleeping, he had already taken out almost all the knowledge in the bone flame ring point. King Meng was a strange fire, so he naturally had no obstacles in practicing Fenju. After a while, he succeeded in practicing it. He did not stop and continued to operate the technique. It took about an hour before he stopped. Amon waited patiently. King Meng shook his head at him. No, I can use my skills to draw and refine the energy of the world, but this can only be used to replenish consumption, but cannot improve my cultivation. That's it. Amon pinched his monocle and was not disappointed. After all, this kind of restriction from the rules of heaven and earth is not so easy to bypass. King Meng suddenly said, but this is normal practice. If it is a special situation, it should not be within the limits of this rule. Just like the aggregation of spiritual insects can improve the strength of the spiritual insects parasitizing in the host body, I use Fenju to absorb the rest of the strange fire, and there is a high probability that it can directly improve the cultivation level. This can also be regarded as a kind of aggregation, but what is aggregated is not spiritual insects, but strange fire. Furthermore, it might be possible to bypass the restriction that the clone's body cannot exceed 1/10 of the original body, because it is not the spirit insect that is being aggregated. The body of the spirit insect has not changed, it is the host that has changed. Interesting. Amon's eyes were slightly condensed. Chapter 368 Separation of Fire. After confirming the mechanism of the parasitic fire, Amon slightly changed his original plan and forcibly separated a trace of the origin from the Azure Lotus Earth core fire point. Separating the sub-fire is something that only a few powerful alien fires or alien fires with special abilities can do. After the Azure Lotus Earth core fire separated the sub-fire, it immediately weakened a lot, and the separated sub-fire also showed a very unstable trend of collapse at any time. The reason for this is that there is no spirituality in the sub-fire point except for the void devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire, which are restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, and cannot give birth to a second flower. The rest of the alien fires can exist in multiples. Moreover, the origin of the alien fire can also be divided, but basically no one will cultivate a new alien fire by dividing the origin, because among the separated alien fires, only one has the original spirituality, and the other does not. Alien fire without spirituality is not a real alien fire, and cannot exist independently and stably. The growth of the spirituality of alien fire is often calculated in units of thousands of years, and it can only be allowed to grow naturally, and there are few means to promote it artificially. Even if there is, the price is too high, and the gain does not outweigh the loss for forces that have such means and can afford such a price. It is better to search and rob it faster. But Amon is different. He is a spirit worm. This spirit is a spiritual spirit, a soul spirit. His parasitism cannot choose dead objects as targets, so Amon cannot parasitize the sub-fire. But he launched a parasitism on the Azure Lotus Earth core fire. When it was about to be split after the initial integration of the parasitism, it takes some time to completely merge with the origin of the alien fire before the complete fusion. He split the alien fire and left the spirit worm that had just been integrated in the cutout sub-fire then. This spirit worm completely merged with the cutout trace of the alien fire origin and became the spirit in it. A new juvenile Azure Lotus Earth core fire was born like this. He got a bug that made the spirit worm become the spirit of the alien fire, and unlike King Meng, this new alien fire does not have the original spirit. It is not the host, but Amon himself. It is both a strange fire and Amon. Because of the spirit of Amon, the newly born strange fire is a living thing. Amon can continue to parasitize it with the spirit worm, allowing the spirit worm as the spirit of the strange fire to gather the other spirit worms, thereby strengthening its spirituality. After the spirituality is strengthened, the cultivation of the original fire is much simpler, and it only needs to absorb enough energy. More importantly, after this spirit worm becomes the only spirit of the strange fire, it is no longer considered parasitic. It can be cultivated. However, the disadvantage is that this strange fire Amon has also been completely incorporated into Amon and is restricted by the rules of Amon's size. Amon's main body set his sights on King Meng, and he suddenly had an impulse to directly feed the Kinglian Earth core fire as nutrients to the newly born strange fire Amon. This idea only lasted for a short moment and was extinguished by himself. If it was the main body that took the path of the strange fire, then he would definitely do so without hesitation. But if it was just a clone, there would be no need. Compared with the growth of a clone, the original strategic goal is more important. The road of different fire is not suitable for Amon. This world is not only Dupo Kankian, but also the world after Ascension. He has to comprehensively consider the overall difficulty of passing the two bosses, Emperor Hunshan and Shian Zishan, as well as the gains. When he finally leaves Amon, put the Lotus platform into the ring, and returned to the cave in the east of Shimo City in the Taga Desert. King Meng jumped into the magma with the Lotus platform. He continued to go deeper into the magma and found the rhizome that originally nurtured the Kinglian Earth core fire. He aligned the cut of the Lotus platform with the cut of the rhizome. He turned into the body of different fire and calcinated the disconnected part with the Kinglian Earth core fire. Under the power of the different fire of the same root and origin, the two were connected. King Meng, with the posture of different fire and the size of a fist, returned to the Lotus heart where the different fire originally grew on the Lotus platform, pretending to be an ordinary Kinglian Earth core fire, quietly waiting for the arrival of the destined person. Deep in the Taga Desert, the charming snake tribe. A charming figure quietly lay on the edge of the lake. She was naked, with her head resting on a smooth stone. Her jade-like body naturally floated in the water, and a long snake tail was looming behind her. There were several beautiful snake female guards at the level of great fighting masters. Although they were not as beautiful as the charming figure in the lake, they were also quite charming. Speaking of which, there has been no news from the Jiang snake tribe for a long time, right? The woman in the lake opened her eyes that looked a little lazy and asked softly, "Yes, Lord Yumei, do you want me to go and ask?" A snake female guard asked. Yumei shook her head. "No, the Jiang snake tribe is very close to the human territory, and it is just a small tribe. Maybe something unexpected happened. I'll go and see the situation." The snake girl was startled. "It's just a small tribe. Is it necessary for you, the commander, to go there in person?" "Of course, it's not necessary at ordinary times, but now is a special period." His Majesty said not to let go of any abnormalities. Yumei's voice was lazy and revealed a hint of charm. At this moment, a snake girl came over, twisting her slender body, leaving wavy marks on the ground. "Master, Yumei, the envoy of the Jiang snake tribe is here," she reported to Yumei. "Bring her to see me." Yumei raised her eyebrows. "But, it's a man who came." Mei's face darkened slightly, and she said softly, "It's okay, bring her here." She put on a layer of fighting spirit gauze. Jiang Wu walked over nervously, looking very reserved. He didn't dare to glance around, but just stared at the long tail behind the snake girl who led the waypoint. The snake girl in front suddenly stopped and said in a cold tone, "We're here, Jiang." Wu raised his head, glanced at Yumei, and then immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Meet Commander Yumei. You are quite conscious and can control your eyes. I remember that the leader of your Jiang snake tribe is Yan Jin, right? Did she ask you to come?" Yumei looked at her nails. Jiang Wu answered preparedly, "Lord Yan Jin has lost contact. Some time ago, our people discovered that humans were digging something in the eastern area of Shimo City. The enrichment of fire attribute energy in that area is slightly higher than the surrounding area, so Lord Yan Jin suspected that this was related to what Her Majesty the Queen asked us to find, so he went to check it out himself, but she never came back. So I followed her instructions and came to report to you, the commander. We know the strength of Shimo City, and the strength of the city lord is only equal to that of Lord Yan Jin. If there were no strong outsiders, Lord Yan Jin would definitely not be able to stay." When he said the latter, his tone was a little excited. Yumei's expression became slightly solemn. If there were really strange human strongmen coming and sending people to dig something in the Taga Desert, even if it was not what the queen was looking for, the value should not be low. She said in a flat voice, "I know. You go back to the Jiangsh tribe first. We will deal with the matter of Shimo City. If it is really the goal of Her Majesty, the reward will not be less for you, Jiang." Wu suddenly raised his head, with hatred in his eyes. "Compared to the reward, I want revenge more. Don't worry, humans will pay the price." Yumei's eyes also took on a hint of coldness after Jiang Wu left. Yumei held her chin and thought for a while, and then the fighting spirit surged, and a pair of huge wings slowly took shape behind her, from virtual to solid, and solidified into light blue energy wings. With a slight flap of her wings, her body quickly rose into the air, and then headed for the deeper part of the desert, the direction of the holy city of the snake people. After flying for most of the day, a huge city slowly appeared in Yumei's sight. Vibrating her wings, Yumei's speed increased a bit, leaving a faint light blue after image in the sky. After approaching the city, Yumei's speed gradually slowed down. In front of this holy city, even she couldn't be presumptuous. The guards on the city wall saw the black shadow in the sky, and they were slightly nervous at first, and then relaxed. When Yumei approached, they greeted respectfully, "Lord Yumei, I have something to see the queen." After saying that, she flew over the city wall and flew to the palace in the center of the city. Arriving at the gate of the palace, she landed from the air and saw Huashena, who felt her breath and came to the gate to wait. "Sister Yumei, how come you have time to come here?" Huashena is also a Daowang strongman and the captain of Queen Medusa's personal guard. His status is not lower than Yumei, and his tone is very casual. "I want to see His Majesty. There is something going on." Yumei's expression was a little serious. Huashena let him go and entered with him. Yumei did not hide her aura. Flying from the air was a signal point in the palace. Medusa, who had a purple snake tail and wore light clothes, revealed a bit of elegance and nobility. She opened her somewhat enchanting snake eyes, looked at Yumei, and said lightly, "What's the news, you?" Medi immediately replied, "The Jiang snake tribe discovered that the mercenaries in the eastern area of Shimo City were digging something. The fire attribute energy in that area was more concentrated, and it was suspected that human strongmen had arrived." Queen Medusa stood up and left the wide chair, her snake tail swinging, and walked to the door of the palace. "What are you still standing there for? Lead the way, I'll go and see." Yes. 3 gorgeous figures flew quickly from the air to the edge of the desert. They were very fast, and they caught up with Jiang Wu, who returned from the charming snake tribe halfway. Yumei glanced down at the male snakeman walking on the sand, leaving wavy traces, and ignored them, and continued to move forward. Looking at the people passing through the air, Jiang Wu raised his right hand, pinched his right eye socket, raised the corner of his mouth, and slowly drew a smile. His smile suddenly froze again. Among the three figures in the sky, the most enchanting and the most powerful one turned around and looked over. "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Huashena asked. "Nothing." Medusa shook her head. Chapter 369, Fighting for the Strange Fire. The blockade in the eastern area of Stone Desert City has been lifted, and only a few members of the Sand Mercenary group are still guarding the pits. Looking down at the ground from a high altitude, you can see that the ground is full of pits and excavated holes, but most of them are partially buried by wind and sand, and only half of the hole entrances remain. Medusa sensed it for a moment and immediately locked onto the guarded hole where the two-headed fire spirit snake had drilled. She, Yumei, and Huashia appeared at the entrance of the cave like ghosts, although the mercenary guarding the entrance of the cave was hiding in the shade inside the pit, dozing off and dazed. He immediately woke up when he saw the three women. His first reaction was to be surprised after seeing the snake's tail behind them, then it turned into panic again. Judging from their gorgeous clothes, the identities of these three snake women are not simple. Snake tribes tend to have more strong women, and snake women in high positions are basically very powerful. It is certainly not easy for someone with such an appearance to dare to appear near a human city as if nothing had happened. In their opinion, Yumei and Huashia are already beautiful, and the snake man who makes them pale in comparison is probably the only one in the legend. A terrifying name emerged in their minds. Beautiful Queen Medusa. They uttered a word in fear. Oh, I actually guessed that it was His Majesty. I have some discernment. Now, tell us what you have been doing recently. If you dare to let me discover a lie. Huashia stared at them coldly. Yes, you. Just ask. The mercenary stammered. Two streams of energy spurted out from Medusa's fingers and pierced their heads. Blood burst out, and the mercenary fell softly to the ground. No need to ask. Just go in. Medusa had roughly sensed the scene below the cave. After killing the two people, she entered directly. Huashia and Yumei quickly followed. Arriving at the cave, an old man wearing a moon-white robe was standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the lava. After Medusa and others arrived, he turned around and looked at them with a slightly solemn expression. Why are you here? Medusa's pupils shrank. She had already felt a very powerful aura under the pit before entering, but she didn't expect it to be Yan Jin. It seems that there is really a strange fire here. Medusa suddenly thought of what she was also looking for. Snake people's attributes are cold, and the strange fire will not be of any use to you. Why don't you just retreat? I can promise on behalf of Furukawa that I will refine a 6th grade elixir for you afterwards as a thank you. Yan Jin said solemnly. 6th grade elixir. Yumei and Huashia swallowed. Obviously the price had impressed them. Especially Huashia. Looking at Medusa, she didn't agree with Medusa's use of strange fire to evolve. The success rate was too low. Once Queen Medusa was lost, the blow to the snake people would be huge. Furu. That's right. Only the 6th grade alchemist in the Jama Empire is qualified to ask you to protect him, Queen. Medusa did not waver in the slightest and shook her head firmly. Although the 6th grade elixir is good, it is not what I expected. If you can come up with a transformation elixir, then I can leave. At this moment, the strange fire is not in the hands of Medusa, and she is not in the holy city of snake people. The pressure Yan Jin puts on her is far greater than that of Yan and others, so if there is a transformation pill, Medusa will compromise. Yan Jin shook his head. I can't give such a high price. Promising a 6th grade elixir is already the highest price I can give. If you need any medicinal materials that are missing, we can also help find them. Then there is no need to continue the negotiation. I'm determined to win the strange fire. Medusa took action boldly. A purple beam of light burst out from her hand, and terrifying energy fluctuations overflowed. Yan Jin's expression changed slightly, but he had already been prepared to deal with Medusa's attack at any time. Wind. Escape. An energy barrier formed by wind-attributed fighting energy appeared, blocking the front of Yan Jin. You guys, go down and take a look. Medusa calmly ordered Yumei and Huashia. Yes, the two of them answered respectfully, and then shot out, one on the left and the other on the right, trying to bypass Yan Jin. Don't even think about it. Yan Jin shouted angrily. Wind. Wall. A sudden strong wind blew up in the cave, and the raging fighting energy caused the magma lake to rise violently. A huge dark blue wind wall spanning nearly 100 feet, dividing the entire crypt into 2 pieces, lay in front of Yumei and Huashia. Your opponent is my king. Medusa raised her snow white arm, and an illusory giant snake made of purple energy rushed towards Yan Jin. Yan Jin didn't dare to be careless and quickly formed mysterious hand seals with his hands. His right hand waved a huge energy palm several feet high. Gale. Handprint. The purple energy snake collided with the cyan palm, and a terrifying energy storm erupted, causing the underground cave to tremble continuously, as if it might collapse at any time. At the same time, Queen Medusa's eyes were filled with enchanting light, and the wind wall behind Yan Jin, that stretched across the cave, and blocked the path of Yumedi and Huashena, also slowly petrified and became shattered. Then it turned into energy, and dissipated. Yumedi and Huashena took the opportunity to bypass Yan Jin and rush toward the Magma Lake. Just as Yan Jin was about to stop him, a purple snake tail suddenly whipped towards him. Fighting energy gathered in his hands to block it. The snake's tail collided with the right forearm wrapped in fighting spirit, making a bang sound. Yan Jin took 2 steps back, his expression becoming more solemn. Queen Medusa is a half-human half-monster existence, and her charming body contains shocking and terrifying power in terms of close combat. Yan Jin had to admit that he was indeed inferior to this woman. When Yan Jin was repelled, Yumedi and Huashena also successfully jumped into the magma. Although they are very strong, the surrounding fire attributes suppress their strength so much that they have to consume more fighting energy to maintain the energy armor under the magma. King Meng observed the battle between Medusa and Yan Jin through his connection with a spiritual insect in the cave. Yumedi and Huashena entered this fiery red world. They looked at each other and didn't know which direction to go for a moment. Did you sense anything? Huashena asked. No. Yumedi shook her head, a little at a loss at this moment. They felt a faint aura in their blood. The two looked at each other and swam in that direction without much thought. Soon, they found the owner of this aura, a two-headed fire snake several feet long. The half of the snake people's Warcraft bloodline seems to have worked. The two-headed fire spirit snake is not too hostile to the two of them, and is quite close to them. Little guy, do you know where the strange fire is? Yumedi asked. The two-headed fire spirit snake has a white circle on the right eye socket of both heads. The two heads looked at each other and shook their heads, showing very anthropomorphic doubts and confusion. It seems you don't know what strange fire is. Yumedi chuckled. Then do you know if there are any places with abnormal temperatures nearby? The right head of the two-headed fire snake nodded hurriedly and responded in the language communicated between Warcraft. Follow me, King Meng. On the lotus platform pinched the socket of his right eye and whispered, TSK. I still need to arrange for the two-headed fire spirit snake to lead the way, otherwise these two guys won't even be able to find the strange fire. Not Queen Medusa, Yumedi and Huashena are much weaker, so the intensity of the original strange fire is too high, and they may not be able to take it away, because Furikora tried to refine the strange fire, which caused the strange fire to counterattack. The refining failed, Furikora was burned to death, and the strange fire also fell into depression. The two Snake Men clan fighting kings who came later took advantage and easily took down the weak alien fire without any preparation in advance. Well, that's the script. This is reasonable. Yumedi and Huashena, led by the two-headed fire spirit snake, continued to approach King Meng's location. The temperature of the surrounding magma was getting higher and higher, which made the two people's faces look happy. At this moment, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly came from the front, and the terrifying power caused the entire magma ocean to turmoil. This is because King Meng deliberately separated part of his own flame and soul power and detonated it, simulating that Ko wanted to collect the strange fire, but was counterattacked. After separating part of the flame energy and soul power, although the original source will not be harmed, it will make King Meng look sluggish. Even Medusa and Yan Jin in the cave noticed this huge movement and glanced sharply at the magma lake below. Yumedi and Huashena stared ahead in horror, hesitant as to whether they should continue to move forward. They could feel that the sudden burst of energy in the magma just now was enough to tear them to pieces. After hesitating for a while, they decided to move on. The cyan magma replaced the fiery red, making the two people with cold blood even more uncomfortable. Their expressions became more and more solemn, and the temperature around them had reached a level that they could hardly bear. Look ahead. Yumei suddenly said point directly in front of them. A green flame was burning quietly in the magma point. After carefully sensing the surroundings, he found no trace of Furukawa. Maybe he failed to subdue him and was burned to death by the strange fire. Yumei guessed, fight for Her Majesty the Queen. As the captain of the personal guard, Huashia naturally has a lot of loyalty. Even after experiencing the terrifying power of the strange fire, she is still willing to give it a try. Yumei saw Huasnaka approaching Yahuo, and after a slight hesitation, she gritted her teeth and followed. Huashia carefully used her fighting spirit to touch the strange fire and pulled it to move. The green flames suddenly became powerful, but they were not very powerful, and the two of them suppressed them easily. After this final explosion, the strange fire seemed to have completely lost its ability to resist, allowing Huashia to use his fighting spirit to move it upwards. Yumei and Huashia both looked happy. Chapter 370 The Harvest of the Snake People. Huashia moved upwards with the strange fire, and the distance she left seemed much shorter than when she came. The joy of harvest overshadowed the rest, and she quickly approached the surface of the magma point. Yumei pulled Huashia and signaled with her eyes to wait a moment while she opened the way. Yanshin was still above point then. She circulated her fighting spirit and shot out like a sharp arrow. When she left the magma, she waved her hand violently, and two huge energy green snakes bit towards Yanshin. The white teeth in the green snake's mouth flashed with purple and black light, and it was obviously highly venomous. Yanshin's expression changed slightly while he was fighting Medusa. The attack from behind distracted him temporarily, and he had to move to one side to avoid the sharp attack. Queen Medusa stepped forward and took advantage of her half-human, half-monster, stronger body, and stronger melee capabilities to cling to the opponent. With a whoosh sound, Huashia took advantage of Yanshin's time to dodge, left the magma, and shot towards the exit of the cave. Yumei said, "Your Majesty, you have succeeded." When Huashia left the magma and rushed towards the passage, Medusa sensed a hot and extreme aura and guessed that she had grabbed the thing, but because most of her attention was on Yanshin, she was not entirely sure. A look of anger appeared on Yanshin's face, and he said sternly, "Where is Furukawa? What did you do to him?" He did not immediately snatch the strange fire that Huashia had taken away, but looked at Yumei and asked. There was a light smile on Yumei's face, her green snake tail waving. She deliberately said in a slow tone, "Is this the way you ask people questions? What a rude man." She was stalling for time so that Huashia could carry the strange fire as far away from this dangerous person as possible. Seeing the impatient look on Yanshin's face, she said again, "But, since sect leader Yanshin asked, I have no choice but to answer. Furu, well, I didn't see him. Are you kidding me?" Yanshin's eyes seemed to be burning with angry flames. Yumei restrained her smile and said in a serious tone, "It's true that we didn't see him. Didn't you feel the energy riot just now? We also locked the location of the strange fire through that energy riot. When we arrived, there was only a weak strange fire left on the scene. As for Furukawa, he probably misjudged the power of the strange fire and was not prepared enough. He has already suffered backlash in the process of conquering the strange fire, and no bones are left after being burned. Is that so?" Yanshin suddenly calmed down, closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Although he became calmer, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more solemn, like the calm before the storm. The suppressed breath made Yumei feel heavy in her chest and her face turned a little pale. Queen Medusa stared at Yanshin solemnly and said softly, "Sect Master Yanshin's condolences. You should know that what Yumei and the others said is that the probability of the matter is not small. Yes, it is indeed possible, but it is more likely that you two carried out a sneak attack and killed him." Yanshin said coldly, "You, damn. I will not let you go. This account must be settled. I, the Yunlin sect, will not let it go." Queen Medusa knew that there was no point in continuing to defend herself, so she snorted coldly, "Come on, come on. After so many years, have we still had few conflicts with the Jama Empire and the Yunlin sect? Various wars, large and small, have been carried out countless times. How many times have we been afraid? If a living Furukawa and Yanshin were trying their best to take revenge on the snake people, then she would be a little more wary. After all, a 6th grade alchemist can invite a group of fighting kings and fighting emperors regardless of the cost point, but Furukawa is dead and can no longer bring benefits. There may be strong men who have received favors from him and have good character to help him fight, but most of them will be empty. The snake people are not vegetarians, and no one will want to mess with them. Such a formidable enemy. Yunshin suddenly began to form complicated and mysterious hand seals quickly, and Medusa's expression changed. She had fought with Yunshin before, and the opponent's move left a very deep impression on her. She immediately attacked, trying to stop it. Yunshin flapped his wings and retreated violently. After the hand seal was completed, terrifying energy fluctuations emitted from Yunshin's hands. The ultimate wind death. A white ray burst out from Yunshin's fingers. His target was not Queen Medusa, but Yumei beside her. Yumei's pretty face turned pale. Yunshin's move could pose a fatal threat to the Daohuang. As a Daohuang, she would only perish under such an attack. At this moment, Medusa moved a certain distance and stood in front of Yumei. Her face was indescribably solemn. With a wave of her hand, a big purple snake made of fighting spirit coiled in front of her, like a shield. The white ray penetrated the energy snake in an instant, but its power was much smaller and desperation. Medusa was unable to make any further response, so she could only gather as much fighting energy as possible in her hand, and flicked her right hand to block the remaining power of Wind Extreme. Death kill. Yumei couldn't help but exclaimed. Her Majesty the Queen. She saw blood dripping from Queen Medusa's white arm. Medusa was injured trying to save her. You can't help here. Go after Huashira and then escort the strange fire to the temple with her. Medusa ordered. If you are really cold-blooded and don't care about the lives of your subordinates, then a fighting king can actually be of some use, at least as a check, or you can use her life in exchange for an opportunity to attack. If Medusa had not blocked this move for Yumei, but had taken the opportunity to attack Yunshan, then Yunshan would be the one injured now. However, although she was ruthless to her enemies, she obviously could not ignore the lives of her own people. Yumei also knew that she had become a burden, so she turned around and left without saying much. Yunshan tried to attack Yumei, but was stopped by Medusa. Your opponent is me. The two exchanged a few moves, and their palms collided with each other. Medusa retreated a distance, and her snake tail left a shallow mark on the ground. Yumei had already left, and she had no scruples, and launched a fierce attack on Yunshan. Old man, did you enjoy the fight just now? Her pair of snake pupils were full of coldness, and she was obviously very dissatisfied with the situation, that she was at a disadvantage just now. Because of Yumei's consideration. Both of them fought with real fire, and each move was aimed at the vital points, as if they were fighting for their lives. The terrifying fighting energy was vented, and the cave began to collapse. With a loud bang, the huge energy formed an impact and spread around. Rocks and gravel were lifted up, a huge deep pit appeared in the desert, and the magma lake was exposed on the surface. The aura of the two-peaked Daohuang spread all over the sky, and the entire Shimo city was shrouded in this terrifying power. What happened? Xiaoding and Xiaoli looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes under that terrifying aura. They felt as small as and Smulei, the lord of Shimo city, and Xiaoluo, the leader of the Sand Mercenary group, had a dull look on their faces. Mr. Gu, what are you looking for? It actually triggered a Daohuang war. The purple energy in the sky and the blue cyclone kept colliding, and there were explosions. Gusts of wind were generated and spread in the collisions. After a violent collision, the two retreated, and Medusa's full and attractive chest kept rising and falling, panting violently. In the previous confrontation, she was at a disadvantage. Yunshin and Medusa were originally on par with each other, but Medusa was injured while trying to help Yumei block the attack, so she was at a disadvantage. Medusa thought that Huashira and Yumei were almost gone, so she wanted to retreat. She stopped fighting with Yunshin. After a feint, the fighting wings behind her vibrated and shot towards the center of the desert like lightning. Yunshin stared at the back of Queen Medusa, but did not chase her. He raised his right hand, pinched his eye sockets, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he restrained his smile and roared in anger. Medusa, you harmed my elder of Yunlin sect. Wait for me, I will avenge you. Hiss. Voice spread and was heard throughout the stone desert city. Queen Medusa. This name caused a lot of commotion, and countless people were shocked. I didn't expect that one of the two warring parties was Queen Medusa. People in the city began to speculate about the identity of the person who fought with Medusa, and who the elder of the Yunlin sect who was killed was. Is that the leader of the Yunlin sect? He just said that he was from the Yunlin sect. Someone speculated, but I heard that the leader of the Yunlin sect, Yan, is a woman. Is this also an elder of the Yunlin sect? Maybe. It's the previous leader Yan Jin. Luo and Mule's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be an honorary elder of the Yunlin sect. And he was clearly looking for some treasure before, so there was a high possibility that he had a conflict with Queen Medusa and was killed by her. Damn it, didn't I work in vain? Luo angrily smashed the table with a palm. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known this, he should have chosen fighting skills as a reward. In the desert, Huashia held the strange fire high above his head and flew forward quickly. Due to the terrifying temperature of the Azure Lotus Earth core fire, she had to condense a large amount of Dao Qi in her hands at all times to protect herself from being burned. This was a great burden for her. After flying for a while, she could not hold on and stopped. Landing to rest, she took out a pot of water from the ring, drank it all in one gulp, and then coiled up her snake body to meditate to restore her Dao Qi. The Azure Lotus Earth core fire was thrown on the ground by her, burning the gravel, melting it, and forming a layer of glass. The flame jumped for a while. King Meng had tried his best to restrain his temperature so that Huashia could take him back to the holy city of the snake people. If he lowered it further, there would be a risk of being suspected and exposed. Yumei rushed up from behind and landed next to Huashia. Huashia said to her, "Sister Yumei, you take the strange fire and go first. I will recover my Dao Qi and catch up." Mei nodded, condensed Dao Qi in her hand, and left with the strange fire. With the relay of the two, the strange fire was getting closer and closer to the holy city of the snake people. Chapter 371 Mysterious Monster. The Wolf-Head Mercenary Group is quite powerful in Qingshan Town and has the power to dominate the entire town. Therefore, the little medical fairy did not go back. Instead, she studied the 7 colorful poison sutra. After Xiao Yan stayed in this beautiful, quiet, and ethereal canyon for a few days, he left for the dangerous area of the Warcraft Mountains for training. A life of comfort, harmony, and beautiful women is certainly desirable, but Xiao Yan has a reason to move on. However, these few days have become a beautiful memory shared by young girls and boys that is worth remembering for a lifetime. Of course, it would be better if there weren't those little animals with white circles on their right eyes that pop up from time to time to show their presence. Xiao Yan has also become ruthless in the past 2 days. He caught a white rabbit with black eyes and roasted it to eat. He thought something would happen, but there was still no feedback. But the rabbit tasted surprisingly good. In the Warcraft Mountains, there are towering trees everywhere that require several people to embrace. The young man carrying an ancient ruler walked cautiously through the dense forest. The jungle is surrounded by dangers, and deadly beasts may launch a surprise attack at any time, and they may not necessarily be Warcraft. Some highly poisonous insects and snakes are equally deadly to fighters who are not yet advanced in fighting spirit. However, Xiao Yan himself is an alchemist, and he has medicine dust on his side. The poison of ordinary beasts is nothing. He walked through a dense forest and came to a pool. A small waterfall flowed down from the river above and poured into the pool. The water hits the surface of the pool and stirs up thousands of splashes, like crystal clear pearls. Teacher, I think this should be regarded as a place to live during training. There is a clean water source here and a wide field of vision, making it easier to detect danger. Xiao Yan said, "Well, the analysis is very good, but you forgot one thing. Some high-level monsters may also like such an environment. Maybe this is their lair." Yao Chen looked at a cave next to the waterfall and said with a smile, "Ah, what?" Xiao Yan suddenly became nervous, looked around hurriedly, and asked cautiously, "I won't be so unlucky, will I?" Haha. Yao Chen smiled. "You are lucky. There was a powerful monster living here a few years ago, but it must have left. There has been no trace of new life for a long time." Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead. I'm just telling you, it won't be so unlucky. He climbed up from several footholds on the rock wall, grabbed the lower edge of the cave, pushed hard with his right hand, and suddenly raised his body into the cave point. As soon as he entered the cave, Xiao Yan was stunned by the scene inside. Point in the spacious cave, there were densely packed piles of demonic beast bones. Judging from the hardness of these bones, he could tell that many of these demonic beasts were not weak in strength. He looked at a huge snake bone and said, I feel that this monster must have been quite strong when it was alive. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat 10 of it. Yayo. Chen sneered. It was probably a 4th level monster when it was alive. 100 of you would be just food. Xiao Yan's eyes were horrified. I'm afraid the original owner of this cave was a big eater, right? He was able to eat so many monsters. Yayo. Chen nodded, frowned slightly and said, this monster is a bit weird. There are no obvious signs of large creatures in the cave, but these monsters that it regarded as prey should have died relatively close to each other. They were all within 10 years. Inside, it's really hard to imagine any monster with such a big appetite. If it were a 7th level monster, I would still be able to accept it, but if its level is very low, how terrifying will it be when it grows up? I'm afraid it won't take a few years to eat up the entire Warcraft mountain range. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment and said calmly, no, it can't be right. Yayo. Chen smiled and said, the Daoqi continent is vast and boundless. It is not surprising that no matter how strange the race is, it is not surprising that the void-swallowing flame, which ranks 2nd on the strange fire list, claims to be able to devour all things. This monster can eat, but compared with the wonders of heaven and earth, it's still far behind. Hearing Yao Chen's description, Xiao Yan couldn't help but swallowed. The 2nd place strange fire is so terrifying. So what is the 1st place? To his surprise, this well-informed master did not give an answer this time. Have no idea. Well, I just don't know. Yao Chen shook his head. There is no record of this kind of strange fire, isn't there? Some kind of strange fire list. The list of strange fires records the 22 kinds of strange fires ranked 2nd to 23rd. The first one is vacant. Could it be that the person who wrote the alien fire list didn't know about that kind of existence? Xiao Yan guessed. You probably know it. The rest of the strange fires on the list of strange fires are all recorded very clearly. However, there are different opinions in the alchemist community as to why this number 1 strange fire is not recorded. Yao Chen was also a little lost. Such existences, even when he was at his peak, he could only look up to. Xiao Yan did not dwell on the strange fire and the mysterious monster that once existed in the cave for too long. He would look to the future, but he would also be down to earth. He began to arrange it at the entrance of the cave, sprinkling some powder with a pungent smell that the monsters hated. A simple trap was laid out. When he was doing everything and preparing to take a bath in the pool, there was suddenly a burst of chanting. The young man learned swordsmanship, and he defeated the White Ape Lord. His beaded robe was trailed by a brocade belt, and his dagger was stuck in Wuhong. The chanting sound reverberated in the forest. Its sound was faint, like clouds, fog, wind, smoke, as if it was far away in the sky, but also seemed to be right in front of him. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sketch out the image of a senior master who lived in seclusion in the forest and had an immortal style in his mind. Is there a master living in seclusion here? He blurted out. Yao Chen's illusory soul body floated behind him like a ghost behind him. After using his soul power to explore, his expression was indescribably strange. It's probably seclusion. As for whether he can be called a senior master, I dare not make a conclusion. Sensing the strange emotion in Yao Chen's tone, Xiao Yan asked, teacher, what do you mean? Well, you will know after you meet him. Xiao Yan's doubts did not last long. In his extremely shocked and stunned eyes, a figure wearing a bamboo hat, a straw raincoat, and holding a dark and twisted wooden stick in his right hand, appeared in his field of vision. The other party casually put the stick on his shoulder and strolled leisurely in this dangerous monster mountain range. It really fits the image of a senior master in Xiao Yan's mind, if you don't consider that this is a monkey. Stunned Xiao Yan took a long time to recover and twitched his mouth. Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, this is a fusion monkey. Yes, this is a fusion monkey. Yao Chen nodded affirmatively. A fusion monkey that can talk. Yes, a fusion monkey that can talk. Yao Chen also saw such a thing for the first time. Although there are few high-level fusion monkeys, they are not impossible to find. The fusion monkey that may give people a sense of hermit and free and easy is really unheard of. By the way, teacher, what is a minimum level for a monster to talk? Xiao Yan suddenly thought of this question. Level 5. Generally, magic beasts must be level 6, but some apes or special magic beasts can be level 5. Hiss. Xiao Yan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The ape in front of him was actually a terrifying existence comparable to a Dawang. You may have thought wrongly. This ape may be even more special. Its strength should be at the peak of level 4, half a step into level 5. Although it is not the Dawang just guessed, the top level of level 4 is also a very terrifying existence. You know, the overlords of most large cities in the Jayamar Empire are only doubling strength point at this moment. The white ape raised its head and looked at him. This glance made Xiao Yan feel numb. Monocle, another monocle. Just now, he was blocked by the hat and couldn't see clearly, but when the other party looked up, Xiao Yan saw the highly recognizable monocle made of crystal at a glance. Stuck in the other party's right eye socket. The ape looked at Xiao Yan, his eyes slightly fixed, and finally he held the bent wooden stick in the posture of holding a sword. It stabbed towards Xiao Yan with lightning speed. Xiao Yan dodged the stab with a backward movement, but was hit on the face by the opponent's downward slap. Feeling the burning pain, Xiao Yan couldn't help but cry out in pain. It hurts. He quickly retreated, calling Yao Chen in his heart, and said anxiously, teacher, help me, I can't beat a half-step 5th level monster. This is already a life and death crisis. Yao Chen's laughter came. Haha, think about it carefully. If the opponent wanted to kill you, you can still survive that slap just now. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also calmed down. Yes, if he wanted to kill me, I would have died just now. Teacher, you know it has no killing intention, so you didn't remind me. I don't know your name, senior. Xiao Yan asked. You can call me Ape Lord. The white ape responded. It showed a playful smile on its face, and then stepped on its right foot, so fast that it seemed to have an afterimage. Ape Lord attacked again. The speed and strength of the attack were controlled very delicately, which made Xiao Yan feel pressured, but not to the point of being crushed. After Xiao Yan was hit by a few sticks, he found that the Ape Lord seemed to be feeding him moves. This really meta senior master? Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. He plucked up his courage, took out the black ancient ruler, and fought with the Ape Lord. The Ape Lord was light and jumped up and down, dodging Xiao Yan's ruler again and again, and hitting him with a wooden stick from time to time. After a while, Xiao Yan was hit all over the head. He was knocked down several times and got up several times until he was exhausted and even had difficulty moving his fingers. Yao Chen kept a close eye on the battle. He felt that the demon beast was well intentioned, but he didn't dare to trust it too much. The Ape Lord looked at Xiao Yan, nodded as if satisfied, and turned away. Leaving Xiao Yan and Yao Chen confused. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Transformation. On the edge of the Taga Desert, there is a hidden cave not far from the top of the mountain, where Yan Jin refines the strange fire. The green vines almost cover the entrance of the cave, and Yanhu and Yulang guard the two sides of the cave. A thin young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat sat cross-legged on a smooth rock in the cave. The ring on his right index finger flashed a faint light, and a fist-sized jade box appeared in his hand. Slightly opening the jade box, a strong medicinal fragrance suddenly spread out. If he hadn't used his fighting spirit to seal the cave long ago, this medicinal fragrance would probably drive all the monsters crazy. This is the transformation pill taken from the Dankingu. Generally speaking, the autonomous transformation of monsters requires them to reach the 7th level, but this pill has the effect of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, which can give monsters this ability. In advance. Amon used his fingernails to scrape off a little powder from the pill and let a spirit worm eat it. Then he closed his eyes and carefully connected with the spirit worm to experience its effect. It was not that he doubted that there was something wrong with the pill, but even if it was the same pill, it would have different effects on different creatures. For some universal pills, most monsters and humans would have similar effects after eating them, but there were some very few exceptions. Amon was a clan of his own. It was unknown what effect different herbs and pills would have on him, because there was no experience for him to refer to. He had to eat it himself to know the result. However, he could not get a second copy of such a high value pill at present, so he had to try some powder first to vaguely judge whether it had a good or bad effect on him. After initially confirming that the effect was biased towards the favorable side, Amon decided to take it. His body cracked open and his skin began to roll up, turning into a series of translucent worms with 12 rings and star-like colors. The worms scattered, making room for the main body. Soon, only the spirit worm with the strongest aura was left on the smooth rock. It arched and arched like a caterpillar, crawling onto the pill the size of a langan, and wrapped around it like a python, and began to refine it. The translucent worm rolled into a ball, and a small black dot in the center was faintly visible. A dark gray mist emerged from the worm, and the small black dot wrapped by it became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. A powerful medicinal power flowed through Amon's limbs and bones. This medicinal power rushed through his meridians like a big river and flowed through every cell of his body like a trickle. The pure light lit up, and Amon's original spirit worm continued to grow in size, growing a human head and limbs. The head was just a smooth round ball without facial features, and the limbs were just simple lines with only an outline. As time went on, these lines became more complicated. Facial features grew on the head, and fingers and toes appeared on the limbs. The flesh and blood kept squirming, collapsing, and deforming, and finally turned into a young man with black eyes, black hair, a wide forehead, thin lips, and a thin face. Amon successfully transformed. Unlike the previous human appearance formed by the spirit worms, this time it was not just the appearance that changed. When it was transformed into a human form, the meridians in the body were also human. Unlike the general Warcraft that only had one image after transformation, Amon's human form appearance can be changed at will. This is the ability brought by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King Soul Bone in the original Douluo. Because it fits the rules of the Dupo world, it is retained as a hidden talent. This should be the ability that Amon will awaken with transformation after he reaches the 7th level. Because of the effect of the transformation pill, he now has it in advance. Taking out a set of classical black robes from the ring and putting them on, Amon looked at his palm. He was a little uncomfortable with such a structure after not having a human body for a long time. This unfamiliarity lasted only a few seconds and disappeared. He tried to use a human body to breathe and refine the energy of heaven and earth, and found that it was several times faster than the previous monster body. This is still without any skills. Amon pinched his monocle and whispered to himself, well, I finally got through this uncomfortable stage. It's not convenient without a human body. Not only does the main body have the ability to transform and reorganize flesh and blood, but the newly separated spirit worm also has it. But the spirit worms that were split off before don't have this ability. They have to gather a new spirit worm and upgrade it. He walked out of the cave, and the corpse dance crow flew over and landed on his shoulder when passing by the cloud tiger and the moon wolf. Amon stretched out his right hand and dug out the magic core from their heads. 2 starlights wrapped the souls of the 2 monsters and sank into his body. Monster Mountain Range. Zhao Yan's recent days have been very fulfilling. He got the low-level earth-level fighting skill Flame Devouring Wave Ruler from Yao Chen and stood under the waterfall every day, using the power of the water to practice hard. On this day, Zhao Yan, who was preparing to practice under the waterfall as usual, suddenly stopped. A white ape suddenly appeared in front of him, raised the stick in his hand, and made a ha hoo 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 sound at him. Senior, are you inviting me to practice? Xiao Yan asked. The ape didn't answer and used the stick as a sword to attack Xiao Yan directly. After dodging a stab, the latter took out a black ancient ruler from his ring and fought back. He smiled and said, "Since the senior is so elegant, I will definitely accompany you." Ha. Hoo hoo hoo. The ape king screamed and approached Xiao Yan with a very strange pace. It jumped left and right, sometimes moving forward, sometimes retreating, making it difficult to figure out its intentions. Xiao Yan's ruler method was open and closed, and the offense and defense were quite close. However, his combat experience was still a little lacking, and the white ape could always find flaws in the connection of some movements in his ruler method. After his weapon was knocked off several times, Xiao Yan gradually discovered his shortcomings and continued to improve. He grew rapidly in such competitions, and his progress was so fast that even Yao Chen was surprised. This kid is really a genius, not only in fighting spirit training, but also in combat. Yao Chen sighed. After Xiao Yan was exhausted, the Ape King left quietly. Xiao Yan lay on the ground with a sincere smile on his face. Although he could not hold out for a few moves in front of the powerful Ape Lord, he could clearly feel that he was more confident in his actions. A Dowling level sparring partner. This is the first time I have one in the Jama Empire. Xiao Yan smiled foolishly. Yao Chen's figure emerged and said with a smile, "Well, that ape is really good as your sparring partner. It gives you just the right amount of pressure." Even in Zhongzhou, some big families who are responsible for teaching the next generation don't have such a level. Xiao Yan showed a look of surprise. Ape Lord, is he that powerful? Although his strength is not strong, at least in terms of teaching, he is really powerful. Yao Chen responded with a serious expression. Chapter 373. Xiao Yan refines medicine. In the open space by the pool, a man and an ape were facing each other. The wind is gathering, the thunder is surging, and the sound of wind and thunder comes from the feet of the Monkey King. This was the first time Monkey King showed his abilities in front of Xiao Yan other than simply hitting him with a wooden stick. Xiao Yan was stunned and shouted crazily in his heart, "Fighting skills, this is fighting skills. Teacher, I saw that it is indeed not the innate ability of Warcraft, but a fighting skill. It is not uncommon for Warcraft to use fighting skills, but this situation usually only occurs in high-level Warcraft. This is only the 4th level. The ability to learn is indeed very rare." Yao Chen commented. With a flash of thunder, the figure of Lord Ape suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan, and the hard wooden stick slashed down, hitting Xiao Yan's head. Hiss. Xiao Yan covered his head in pain. He could feel that the fighting spirit used by Mr. Ape was not very strong. The ability to achieve such a fast speed all depended on the fighting skill of wind and thunder entwining under his feet. This fighting skill is quite a bit like Fenglui Pavilion's style, but it's still far from sophisticated. Yao Chen's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Fenglui Pavilion? Xiao Yan was confused. You don't need to know too much about a big force in Central Continent now. You'll know when the time comes. Yao Chen didn't explain much to him. "Mr. Monkey, what kind of fighting skills are you doing?" Xiao Yan rubbed the center of his forehead and asked with a smile. "Want to learn HMM?" Xiao Yan nodded, then clasped his fists and said respectfully, "Please give me some advice, Mr. Ape." Monkey King replied in an old voice, "I used it. I was going to teach you. My style is called Thunder Flash. I created it myself. The meridians of the body of monster are very different from those of humans, but this move of mine mainly relies on a few main meridians in the legs. The movement of fighting energy is relatively rough, and you humans should be pretty much the same." As it spoke, it threw out a jade slip. "This is the path of Thunder Flash. You can adjust it slightly according to your human meridians. The flash of thunder mainly depends on the need to comprehend the power of wind and thunder. I'm originally a wind and thunder attribute, so it is relatively simple to comprehend. From my perspective, you seem to have a fire attribute fighting spirit, so you need to use auxiliary materials. You don't have to worry about this. I've already prepared it for you. If it's not enough, I can pick it for you again. There should be more on that cliff. If we look again." Xiao Yan took the 3 lightning-shaped herbs handed over by the Monkey King with both hands. Yao Chen's voice sounded at the right time. Thundergrass is born from the thunder and absorbs the power of thunder to grow. It is of great help to the growth of thunder-attributed monsters. Every additional leaf increases the rank by 1 level. These 3 thundergrasses all have 4 leaves. Leaves are a 4th level medicinal material. Xiao Yan couldn't help feeling that his hands were a little heavy and asked, "Senior Yuan Gong, you and I are strangers. Why are you so nice to me?" A kind smile appeared on the old monkey's face. "Look at you. You are so pleasing to the eye. My time is approaching. Although the fighting skills I have learned are not very advanced, they are the work of my painstaking efforts. I hope someone can pass them on." Xiao Yan was silent for a long time before he nodded heavily. "Senior, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your trust." So, Xiao Yan added a physical fighting skill to his daily training routine. He has now reached the level of an 8-star fighter, and the growth rate of his fighting spirit has slowed down, so he spends more time on practicing fighting skills. In addition, his training as an alchemist has not fallen behind. Every alchemist, in addition to learning the elixirs passed down from generation to generation, will also research their own prescriptions. A prescription developed by oneself is equivalent to their academic achievements, which can make them more face-saving in communication and discussion with peers. Although Yao Chen did not have any requirements for Xiao Yan in this aspect, Xiao Yan started researching the elixir with some curiosity and a mentality of self-examination of the knowledge he had learned. He took out the medicine cauldron and took out all the hundreds of medicinal materials in Neji. Some of them he purchased at the metal auction house. Some he picked during his own training, and some were left behind by the owner of the unknown cave where he acquired the flying fighting skills during his first research. He wasn't very sure, so he decided to practice using some low-value medicinal materials that he rarely used. He threw in the snake desire fruit, desire flower, lust vine and other medicinal herbs with aphrodisiac properties. One by one. Monkey King had already walked in from the cave, in trance when he was halfway through the refining process. His nose twitched slightly. After judging the elixir that Xiao Yan had refined, he raised his right hand and pinched his monocle with a look of interest on his face. Smile. Xiao Yan successfully refined it in one go. After all, this was not a complicated elixir. He just extracted the active ingredients from these medicinal materials and melted them into a ball. It's done. Xiao Yan seemed a little excited when he succeeded in refining medicine according to his own ideas for the first time. He showed a somewhat lewd smile like hey, and put the refined powder into the medicine bottle with satisfaction. At this time, he realized that Monkey King was watching behind him. He was startled at first, and then scratched his head in embarrassment. In his mind, Monkey King was an expert hermit, and he felt a little embarrassed when his opponent discovered that he was refining such medicinal materials. Monkey King nodded seriously and praised, "It's a very good elixir. It is indeed the right choice to pass on the fighting skills to you. You will definitely pass it on." Xiao Yan was a little surprised. For a moment, he didn't know whether the ape lord was mocking or praising sincerely. At this time, Yao Chen laughed in his heart. "Haha, this is a fusion ape. Don't forget their racial characteristics." Xiao Yan then remembered that the ape lord was a fusion ape. Even if it usually looks like an immortal, the nature of its race will not change. The ape lord pinched his monocle, then patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and sighed. "You are more talented than me. I didn't have so many tricks when I was young." Xiao Yan, Senior, you misunderstood. "I know, more children, more blessings." The ape lord interrupted Xiao Yan's explanation and said to himself, "Don't forget to pass on my fighting skills to your descendants." Xiao Yan, ha 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 ha. Yao Chen laughed in Xiao Yan's heart without any image. "More children, more blessings." Wait a minute. The ape lord left the cave after saying a word. Half a day later, it came back. The fighting spirit on its body seemed a little disordered. It was obvious that it had experienced a battle of high intensity. It waved its hand, and several 3rd and 4th level medicinal herbs appeared on the ground, all of which were similar to the medicinal effects of the desire flower. "The medicine you have is of a lower grade, and it may not be very effective against stronger female creatures. This is what I found for you. Remember to refine them when you have time." The tone of the ape lord was full of expectation. Xiao Yan Chapter 374, Union of the Ape. Chapter 374 Hyunboom. A terrifying energy storm erupted above the Warcraft mountains, and Cyan fighting spirit and purple flames collided in the air. A graceful and noble woman wearing a white robe, with a beautiful face and dignified appearance, was holding a long Cyan sword, and facing off against a huge lion with wings and many parts of its body covered with purple crystals. Two waves of Douluo level terrifying pressure spread, causing countless monsters in the mountains to tremble. Point below, on a rock, the ape male sat with a small amethyst-winged lion king with a white circle over his right eye, looking at the sky with interest. Wow, the powerful Douluo is so terrifying, so terrifying. Monkey King raised his right hand, touched the bottom edge of his monocle with his index finger, and said in an exaggerated tone. The little amethyst-winged lion king stretched out his tongue and licked his paws, looking particularly lazy. It didn't seem very interested in the battle in the sky. Why didn't you react at all? Monkey King asked. What's your reaction? I'm a good for nothing Amon. Apart from scaring Xiao Yan, when he comes to get the purple spirit crystal, there's nothing else to do. I just wait to die. Waiting to die. That's so boring. I'm getting ready to do something interesting. Will you come? Mr. Ape showed a slightly cunning smile. No, it's not bad for me as I'm now basking in the sun every day, eating and sleeping. The days are passing by like this. The little amethyst-winged lion king yawned and lay down, lying flat on his back. Looks like it's gone. The ape man clicked his tongue and did not try to persuade him again. Amon with different personalities will also choose different lifestyles. Humans, retreat quickly. This is not a place for you to run wild. The amethyst-winged lion king spoke human words, and his voice was filled with a sense of ferocity. I am here to make a deal with the Lion King. I'm willing to exchange 3 5th level magic cores and a mysterious level advanced martial arts and fighting skills for you to practice in exchange for a piece of purple spirit crystal. Yan said sincerely. The price she offered was not low. It was much higher than a piece of purple spirit crystal. But these things are not necessary for the amethyst-winged lion king. Although purple spirit crystal is not necessary for it, it has no interest in perfecting a human being. The amethyst-winged lion king shook its huge lion head and said slightly disappointedly, boring. I don't need it, but I happen to be in the transformation stage. If you can get me a transformation pill, I can exchange it. It burst out laughing. TSK, this lion has a big appetite. The transformation pill is something that the main body has always wanted to get. Because of the long distance and inconvenient communication, the Amons in the Warcraft mountains do not yet know that the main body has succeeded. Looking at the insincere amethyst-winged lion king, Yan sighed. Then I have no choice but to rob him. The amethyst-winged lion king laughed even louder. After a while, its smile faded slightly, and there was a coldness in its eyes. Sure enough, it is your usual style as humans. If you cannot reach an agreement, you will use force. Yan said calmly. Isn't this also the law of survival among you monsters? The amethyst-winged lion king's expression became serious, and he said coldly, I'll remind you one last time. Humans, leave quickly. Otherwise, even if you are a strong king fighter, I will let you die here. It's useless to talk more. Lion King, please see the real deal. Yan said coldly. A strong human fighting emperor and a 6th level magical beast once again fought together. Xiao Yan also felt the battle between the two powerful men, and with the help of Yao Chen, he sneaked over secretly. Looking at the blue wind blades and purple flames that filled the sky, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Is this the strength of the powerful Douluo? It is really terrifying. Different from the somewhat joking so scary in Amon's mouth, Xiao Yan truly admired it. This world is very exciting. Douluo is just a strong man in the northwest corner of this remote continent. These strong men from the Jama Empire, and the so-called Nkinguhi, put that strong man Zhongzhao, like the clouds, is nothing. Yao Chen said disdainfully. Xiao Yan had heard Yao Chen disparaging those powerful people more than once. He also felt that his teacher was not unreasonable, but actually had the qualifications to look down on those people, so he couldn't help but ask in a curious tone, Teacher, can you tell me what level of alchemist you were before? You will know when the time comes. Don't be too ambitious. Yao Chen still did not directly answer Xiao Yan's question, which whetted his appetite. Xiao Yan saw that Yao Chen didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask further questions, but said with some emotion, "You can't reach 1,000 miles without taking small steps. I won't aim too high. I will reach the pinnacle of this Daoqi continent step by step. Good ambition." Yao Chen shared. The battle in the sky became more and more intense. The strong wind caused by the powerful energy impact also affected Xiao Yan's side. The bushes where he was hiding swayed back and forth, and Xiao Yan's figure was revealed in the shadow. However, the two powerful men in the sky were focused on their opponents and had no time to care about anything else. The warcraft watching the battle were also attracted by the battle in the sky. Just when Xiao Yan was thinking about whether to find another place to hide, Yao Chen said, "The winner will soon be decided." Yan waved her long sword and shouted softly, "The ultimate wind death." A narrow white light burst out from the tip of her sword with an extremely fierce force. It shot towards the purple crystal winged Lion King. The purple crystal winged Lion King, with purple light all over his body, compressed into a deep purple light column, swept out like lightning. The purple light sank into Yan's body, and the sharp horns on the head of the purple crystal winged Lion King were also cut off, and a long cut was made on his abdomen. And blood flowed. The wound made the purple crystal winged Lion King even more violent. It turned its head and spit out a purple energy ball from its mouth, bombarding Yan's chest. Yan spit out a mouthful of blood and realized that she was sealed, and the circulation of Daoqi was gradually becoming slower. She did not hesitate and immediately flapped her wings, using the last strength, strangely flickering one after another, and disappeared into the sky. "She was sealed by me. She can't escape far. Search for me." The purple crystal winged Lion King roared and gave his orders to the monsters in the mountains. A flash of thunder. A flash of thunder. A flash of thunder. When the purple crystal winged Lion King used the purple crystal seal, the Ape King was already prepared. He used his fighting skills to rush towards the direction where Yan was fleeing. Yan, whose fighting spirit was almost sluggish and whose body was sealed, staggered and fell to the ground. The last energy ball of the purple crystal winged Lion King injured her badly. "I was careless. I might really fail this time." Yan's consciousness began to blur. When she was drowsy, she felt that she was hugged by someone. The other person's chest was warm and seemed to be furry. Who was it? She barely opened her eyes and saw a monkey face. This is Haven. Yan couldn't catch her breath and fainted. Chapter 375. The apes are not interested in you. Lord Yan took off all the clothes on Yan's body, put away her inner armor, and took off her ring. Then he put a loose black robe on her, and took him back to Xiao, the cave where the fire is located. "Ape Master?" Xiao Yan was a little confused when he saw Ape Master coming and with a human woman in his arms. Suddenly I remembered the time when I was refining aphrodisiacs. It didn't think that I was in heat when I was refining the medicine, so it captured a human woman, right? Xiao Yan has learned that although Monkey King has a bit of a hermit's appearance, he is still a monster after all, and many human cognitions and common sense cannot be fully applied to him. For example, the other party didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with catching human women and bringing them back to reproduce. Xiao Yan tried to correct the other party's perception, but judging from the results, it seemed to have little effect. But when he saw the unconscious woman's face clearly, he screamed, "Fuck." He went to watch the battle between Yan and the amethyst winged Lion King, just because he wanted to see the world. He had no intention of getting involved in the dispute between the two, and he had no intention of reaping the benefits. After all, he was not much better than an ant in front of Dao Huang, and Yao Chen was not in very good condition either. There was no need to get into such trouble for an uncertain harvest. But what I didn't expect was that Mr. Ape actually picked her up. "Ape Lord, you, a somewhat lewd smile appeared on Mr. Ape's monkey face. "I'll give it to you. What a blessing it is to have many children." With that said, he put Yan down, dodged a few times, and disappeared from Xiao Yan's eyes. "Wait." Xiao Yan raised his right hand, trying to save Mr. Ape, but the other party disappeared quickly. His hand froze in midair, and then he put it down helplessly. Well, Zyro. Yan rubbed his head with a headache and whispered, Mr. Yuan, you have caused a big trouble for me. Maybe it's a good opportunity. This is a powerful warrior. If you take down her Jama empire, why don't you let you run wild? Yao Chen's illusory spirit appeared behind Zyro Yan, encouraging him, teacher, please stop gloating. Zyro Yan touched his nose. Huh. Did I show it so obviously? You are indeed gloating. Haha, put aside the gloating and all that, and you just leave her alone. Her injuries are not serious. Yao Chen reminded Zyro Yan, then focused his attention on Yan and swallowed involuntarily when he saw her slim and graceful body wrapped only in a loose black robe. Hey, even if you want to do anything, you have to treat her injuries first. Young man, you have to control your impulses and be rational. Yao Chen said with a teasing voice. Shut up, I'm not that beastly. Zyro Yan said angrily to this old and disrespectful guy. He opened Yan's black robe, and a flash of snow white came into view, and his breathing became a little faster. After adjusting his mentality, he placed his gaze on Yan's chest, and moved it slightly to the left. He remembered that this mysterious woman was finally hit here by the energy ball of the amethyst winged Lion King. He reached out and checked carefully. There were no obvious wounds on the surface. He input Dao Ki to explore, and found that the energy in the opponent's body was in chaos. Purple crystals filled the meridians, blocking the flow of Dao Ki. Although her internal injuries were serious, her vital signs were still good and her heartbeat was steady and strong. Zyro Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the strength of the Daohuan warrior's body. He took out a 2nd grade healing medicine and stuffed it into Yan's mouth. Feed it with your mouth. Use your mouth. You can't do it like this. The pills haven't been swallowed at all. Yao Chen's illusory soul body raised his right hand, pinched his monocle unconsciously, and gave instructions from the side, as if he was watching the fun, and not taking it too seriously. Looking at Yan's shiny little mouth, Zyro Yan slowly approached, then, he stretched out his right hand and exhaled vigorously, wrapping the pill into her belly. Old guy, want to mislead me? Zyro Yan rolled his eyes. TSK, that's boring. Yao Chen looked disappointed. Zyro Yan was about to help Yan close her open black robe. As soon as he put his hands on the clothes, he saw Yan Yao wake up. The two people looked at each other, and the scene was quiet. Zyro Yan's face froze, and he showed an awkward yet polite smile. I said I was healing your wounds, and was preparing to help you close your clothes. Do you believe me, Yan's mind went blank. She was stunned for a while, but her hands moved one step ahead of her brain. A crisp slap sounded. Zyro Yan covered his red left face and squatted aside angrily. I don't care about you anymore, Yan regretted it after slapping her face, because she found that a force was slowly repairing her body. Most likely it was healing medicine or something like that. What the other person said was true. He was healing himself, not doing something obscene. Although this power is very weak and cannot compare to the 3rd grade healing medicine she usually uses. What is her identity? The leader of the Yunlun sect, one of the few fighting emperors in the Jama Empire. The healing medicine given to me is probably very precious to this young man. It may be a life-saving thing. Am I going too far? Thinking of this, Yan felt even more embarrassed and annoyed. Hug. Sorry. Yan whispered. HMPH, who cares about you? Aren't there just 2 more steamed buns? Zyro Yan sulked. Yan's forehead jumped, and she felt a little annoyed. Zyro Yan continued to mutter, what's the matter with narcissism? Yuan doesn't even look down on you. Yan, wait. A fusion ape. She suddenly remembered that the last thing she saw before she fainted seemed to be a fusion ape. Could it be that it was not my hallucination? Yes, how could I hallucinate such a handsome boy as a fusion ape? So, in fact, I have been in the hands of a fusion ape for a while. Yan's face was a little more flustered, and she asked hesitantly, my clothes were? The fusion ape took them off. Yan's face became even more flustered, and she asked anxiously, then, when you saved me, what did it do to me? The slap just now made Zyro Yan feel a little bit grudge, and he curled his lips and showed the same smile as Zyro Meng. Guess. Yan's voice had a little more crying. Don't Worry, it didn't do anything to you. Didn't I say that fusion apes have no interest in you? Seeing her like this, Xiao Yan eased a little and comforted her. The panic on Yan Yan's face gradually disappeared. She could feel that there was nothing wrong with her body, but she was still a little worried that the ape had done something disgusting to her. She was still a little hesitant. Really? Of course it's true. It was the ape who saved you and sent you to me. Ape? Yan Yan asked in a puzzled tone. It's the ape I mentioned. It's a little strange. Anyway, don't treat it as an ordinary ape. Xiao Yan explained. Yan Yan breathed a sigh of relief. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.